Chapter 2332. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Top point small speak x23 UOM. So, can you tell me about my father? Guyue Fong Xiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Standing beside him was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair looked at the female immortal before looking at Guyue Fong Xiang. This female Gu Immortal was the mermaid Lian Ku Xian. It turned out that after Guyue Fong Xiang passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he would return to the hairy man continent and visit his unconscious mother, the former Steel Thread City Lord. Lian Ku Xian had been protecting him during the tribulation. She told him about the true nature of this world. Guyue understood. If he wanted to save his mother, he had to contribute to this world and great love Immortal Venerable. This way, he could use the contribution points he earned to issue missions and invite those healing Gu Immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lian Ku Xian told Fong Xiang, this hairy man continent was guarded by a hairy man Gu Immortal. If you want to find your father, you can go and ask him. Guyue Fong Xiang followed Lian Ku Xian's lead and met 12th hair for the first time. He asked about his father. 12th hair nodded. Your father. I know a little. But that was a long time ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Guyue Fong Xiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Lian Ku Xian saw this and said, 12th hair, this is Fong Xiang, a newly ascended immortal. If your request is too important, forget it. Guyue Fong Xiang gave Lian Ku Xian a grateful gaze. 12th hair laughed. Fong Xiang, you have half hairy man blood in you. Why would I bully you? Don't worry, this is only about the settlement of the drifting refinement nest. Oh, to think that you have already finished refining the nest? Lian Ku Xian was truly surprised. 12th hair said, with the method master created, us hairy man Gu Immortals only did some simple things. Then, 12th hair looked at Fong Xiang and said, the drifting refinement nest has been completed. You only need to place it in the refinement sea. This was much easier than crafting a wandering refining nest. If you can complete it, I will tell you about your father. Guyue couldn't make up his mind and subconsciously looked at Lian Kursen. Lian Ku Xian smiled at him and nodded gently. All right, I agree. Guyue immediately made up his mind. 12th hair moved drifting refinement nest into Guyue's immortal aperture. When Guyue first saw the drifting smelting nest, he saw this strangely shaped building. It was as big as a mountain, but its shape and structure were like a beehive. It was filled with small spaces of different sizes. The smelting nest was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was orange-yellow in color, and its bottom was the foundation of an island. It could float on the surface of the sea and resist the strong winds and huge waves. It was very stable. How amazing! Fong Xiang used his investigative means to take a look, and his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. 12th hair laughed and said in a proud tone, this was personally created by Master, of course it is extraordinary. Every drifting refinement nest can be considered an embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement nests contain countless refinement path Dao marks. Refining Gu inside will not only increase the chances of success, it can also save on the cost of Gu refinement. Refinement nests can not only contain tens of thousands of refinement path Gu masters, they can also contain no more than 10 refinement path Gu immortals. With refinement path Gu immortals guarding them, the refinement nests can continuously produce immortal Gu. Every drifting refinement nest can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. Alright. There is not much time left, you should quickly set off. Fong Xiang nodded and immediately set off with Lian Ku Xian towards Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was at the center of mini Eastern Sea. It was not big compared to other sea areas, but its value was extraordinary. This is a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. After Lian Ku Xian's explanation, Fong Xiang learned about the value of Refinement Sea below. Master is truly amazing. His methods are unimaginable. He is like an immortal god. he can even refine a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Xiang praised repeatedly. Right now, Refinement C had been completely perfected by Fang Yuan, it had become a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the past, the land spirit of Lengia had used calamities and tribulations to collect water path Dao marks, painstakingly creating the embryonic form of Refinement C. But in Fang Yuan's hands, the efficiency of creating Refinement C had increased by countless times. Firstly, Fang Yuan was a venerable, he was stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention the land spirit of Lengia. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. The current Supreme Martial Grandmaster was definitely more powerful than the previous Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, he could use any path's methods. He directly used water path methods, it was much more convenient than the land spirit of Lengia back then. Fang Xiang soon found his target location, but he needed to set up an immortal formation, it was much more complicated than he had imagined. Because there was not just one floating refinement nest, in the current Refinement C, there were many of them. Setting up a floating refinement nest was not as simple as leaving it behind, it needed to be stabilized at the same spot and form some sort of connection with the surrounding refinement nests. When the number of refinement nests reached a certain amount, the immortal formation would activate, and all of the refinement nests would float along with the waves of Refinement C. They were like ink and brush, drawing on the image of Refinement C. Refinement C helped refinement nests refine goo, and when Refinement C expended a lot, refinement nests would become Refinement C's replenishment. This was already a vast and grand system. Under Lien Ku Xian's guidance and cooperation, Fang Xiang started to set up the immortal formation. 3 days later, they had only completed 10% of it. This won't do, it is too slow. Lien Ku Xian immediately decided to spend some contribution points to issue missions and recruit helpers. Not long after, a Gu Immortal arrived. I am a newly ascended formation path Gu Immortal, my name is Honest Ni. This Ni clan Gu Immortal was a pure human, he received Lien Ku Xian's mission. With his help, the progress was rapid. After another 3 days, the construction of the smelting nest was completed. Fang Xiang and Honest Ni parted reluctantly. In these 3 days, he and Honest Ni became good friends. Fang Xiang had been living in the 3 continents of hairy men his entire life, he rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, thus, he had always been curious and had good feelings towards humans. Honest Ni had an honest and kind nature, thus, the two naturally became good friends. Fang Xiang's good feelings towards humans increased once again. After completing 12th Hair's task, he immediately returned to the hairy man continent to ask about his father. As for Honest Ni, after getting some contribution points from Lien Ku Xian, he decided to return to his clan. After returning to Ni clan, he was welcomed and cheered by the entire clan. Ni clan was originally located in southern border, but Fang Yuan moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easier for him to research human path Gu refinement methods. Now that Fang Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, Ni clan lost its value, but they were also rooted in the sovereign immortal aperture. Ni clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but only the most inconspicuous Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension. With a Gu immortal, Ni clan became a super force. Honest Ni gathered the higher-ups of Ni clan and explained his thoughts. One of Master's clones has made some progress in researching Dream Path recently, he has created a Dream Path formation that can raise the aptitude of a clan. I have already prepared enough contribution points, I will bring you to the formation now, how about that? Seeing that Honest Ni succeeded in his immortal ascension, he did not forget his roots and was concerned about the development of the clan. The higher-ups were very touched, they nodded in agreement. Honest Ni placed his clansmen into his immortal aperture and set off again. They flew towards Meng Qiuzhen's location. After Honest Ni knelt down and explained his intentions, Meng Qiuzhen brought him to a Dream Path formation. After Honest Ni paid enough contribution points, Meng Qiuzhen activated the formation. The former opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out his clansmen, watching them enter the Dream Path formation. Little won't be injured, right? Honest Ni stared intently until the last person from the Ni clan entered the formation and disappeared. His face was filled with worry, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuzhen smiled lightly, shaking his head. How can there be injuries? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, the Ni clansmen who entered the formation fell down one by one. Some started to snore, they fell asleep on the spot. Next, puff puff puff, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. These Ni clansmen self-detonated in their sleep. Their blood was extracted by the big formation and transformed before it was injected into the body of the only surviving Ni family clansman. After completing all this, the human sea in the depths of the formation activated. Thereupon, the countless Ni clansmen who self-detonated revived, but they were still asleep. How many clansmen have entered the formation? Honest Ni asked again. There have been 4 waves, you are the 5th. Meng Qiuzhen said, don't worry, it is very safe in this formation. At the same time, the Ni clansmen started the second wave of self-detonation, but this time, the remaining clansmen were replaced by someone else. After such a massacre, the Ni clansmen all raised their aptitudes. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the formation and woke these clansmen up. At once, the Ni clansmen cheered loudly, their voices were deafening. This is great, my aptitude has increased again. What method is this? So strong, so strong. This child Honest Ni is very valuable, he did not forget his roots after becoming an immortal, he still wants to repay the clan. Honest Ni checked all the clansmen, almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. Only a person like Master, such a legend, can do it. Honest Ni sighed in admiration, his reverence towards Feng Yuan deepened. But he did not know the truth. This was not a dream path formation, it was a blood path formation. But the dream path explanation was easy to convince Gu immortals. The matter of entering the formation to sleep seemed very normal when it was related to the dream Dao. Chapter 2333. Feng Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I need to construct some wisdom path formations to facilitate the spread of my divine sense. Feng Yuan thought. The divine sense's speed was actually very fast, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. Every time Feng Yuan used his divine sense to check the situation in his immortal aperture, it was not very convenient. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such a problem, although their immortal apertures were also called small worlds, they could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan's divine sense soon arrived at his destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. In an inconspicuous corner of the city, there was a family. The male Inkman Gu master was a young man with limited aptitude, he was only rank 2. Right now, he had a worried expression as he paced back and forth outside the bedroom. Wah! A baby's cry suddenly came from the bedroom. The male lead was overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the bedroom and saw his wife, as well as the female doctor who he had spent a lot of money to invite. The female doctor was holding an Inkman baby boy in her hands. He was very small and somewhat ugly, but he was very healthy. Everything is normal. Except. The female doctor smiled at the male lead before turning her gaze to the baby boy's hand. There was a pair of Gu worms in his hand. It was bone-flesh unity Gu. The female doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Because she had personally delivered the baby, she had seen this pair of Gu worms being born together with the baby boy. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. This should be the effect of the life-sending temple? The female doctor asked the Inkman male lead. This was the first time the Inkman male lead had seen it. His eyes quickly turned red as he looked at this pair of goo worms. With his level and wealth, he did not know how much time and effort he would have to spend to obtain such goo worms. But now, this pair of rare goo worms was born together with his son. This was such a huge surprise. The Inkman male lead nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes, after the life-sending temple was built in the city, we discussed to give it a try. To think we actually succeeded." The female doctor sighed, "You are definitely not the only one. This life-sending temple is indeed as advertised, it can quickly give birth, and if we are lucky, there will even be goo worms." The male Inkman wanted to say something but hesitated. The female physician gave him a questioning look. On the bed, the still very weak female Inkman took the initiative to ask the female doctor to examine the bloodline of their family of 3. The female doctor suddenly realized that the family was worried that the baby boy was not their biological son. A moment later, the test was completed. The result made everyone happy. "This is my son, I finally have a son. Heavens, I finally have a son." The male Inkman no longer had any misgivings as he hugged the baby boy and cried tears of joy. Fang Yuan's spiritual force quietly retreated after witnessing the entire scene. The life-sending temple was his setup. There were many of these mortal goo houses. After Fang Yuan ordered them to be built, they were distributed all over the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easy for people to use them. Life-sending temple was a human path immortal goo house. It used the human path goo worms pregnancy goo, third fetus goo, death fetus goo, multiple fetus goo, and safe fetus goo. He even used a large number of time path and refinement path goo worms to assist him. The actual effect of the life-sending temple was to extract the yin and yang energy of the man and woman, then use the pregnancy goo to make the woman pregnant. He then used 3 births goo to form triplets. Under the effect of death fetus goo, 2 of the triplets were refined as goo materials. The remaining triplets were protected by safe fetus goo. The 2 triplets were refined into bone-flesh unity goo and were born at the same time as the remaining triplets. The entire process of pregnancy and birth did not exceed 7 days. This was the effect of time path goo worms. This way, the population of the various clans in the sovereign immortal aperture would grow rapidly. As the population grew, clans would be formed, and through dream path methods, they would be able to raise their aptitudes and goo immortal seeds would increase. Moreover, during this process, everyone in the sovereign immortal aperture would worship, love, and be deeply grateful to Fang Yuan. It could be foreseen that they would become more and more loyal to Fang Yuan. The attached bone-flesh unity goo is the vital goo of newborns, they will naturally refine it. Thus, these people will have rank 5 vital goo when they are born. When the scale of bone-flesh unity goo reaches a certain level, they will switch to other goo worms. This way, these people will grow even faster. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. It was not difficult for the current him to do this, it was a simple matter. He was using a human body goo refinement method, it was one of the profundities of refinement path. Ni clan was of a higher level. When Ni clan's bloodline reached a certain stage, the current generation Ni Xiang would appear and produce immortal goo in their bodies. Fang Yuan was only producing mortal goo this time. Giant Sun Immortal created the yin-yang path, its essence is abortion goo, safe fetus goo, and multiple fetuses goo. Almost all the venerables in history have comprehended human path killer moves from the legends of Renzu, but these methods are too high level, they are not suitable for the lower levels. Thus, the Celestial Court set up Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. But the truth is, there is a special man among the venerables, he has already developed many basic mortal goo of human path. It is just that he kept them and did not spread them widely. Human path's development prospects are quite good. Fang Yuan sighed. High-level human path killer moves could easily overturn the situation of the Fate War. But low-level killer moves could also be put to good use. Fang Yuan was certain, human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not been developed yet. Human path should be suppressed by heaven path. Just by using these human path mortal goo created by giant sun immortal, I have already achieved such terrifying results. The heavenly Tao that cares about balance cannot tolerate such a qualitative and quantitative growth of human path at the same time. Fang Yuan was starting to understand why the celestial court was developing human path. The celestial court had been messing with providence, using fate goo as the pillar. After fate goo was destroyed, the first thing providence disliked was the number one super force, celestial court. Without using providence, the celestial court decided to develop human path. But how could star constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the current flaws of the immortal formation derivation? Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. The immortal formation derivation was located in celestial court, all the results of its derivation would be known by providence. This meant that the goo cultivators who entered and exited the derivation formation would be advancing the heavenly Tao at the same time. But even if it was known by the heavenly Tao, star constellation Immortal Venerable's use of the derivation immortal formation could still benefit from it. She could develop it and surpass the other venerables. Maybe in her scheme, she would first eliminate the other venerables and let the celestial court gain dominance again before dealing with providence. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable has never entered the derivation immortal formation. Maybe she is waiting for a good opportunity? Fang Yuan guessed. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was suitable for the derivation immortal formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave might not be able to isolate providence, but the 8th and 9th layers definitely could. Other than that, Fang Yuan did not see any other examples. It was even more impossible to put the derivation immortal formation in a venerable's immortal aperture. Because derivation immortal goo was rank 9, there was too much providence contained in it. If it was left in a venerable's immortal aperture, the providence inside derivation immortal goo would be connected to the 5 regions providence, thus allowing the venerable to be sensed by providence. Fang Yuan had once suffered from such a disadvantage. Limitless Demon Venerable must have participated in the Crazed Demon formation. After all, this formation required wisdom path. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After returning to the celestial court, she easily constructed the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave was probably created by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star constellation Immortal Venerable does not know the profundity of it, otherwise, she would have constructed such a super resource point first. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to search. Many families in Inkman City were giving birth. The overall situation was very smooth. Every newborn had bone-flesh unity goo as their vital goo. Speaking of which, the goo recipe of bone-flesh unity goo was also modified by Fang Yuan. Rank 8 wisdom goo gave Fang Yuan a certain amount of help. During this period of time, Fang Yuan easily raised wisdom goo to rank 8. Other than that, refinement C and human C were also constructed. But human C lacked human mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth, thus it would still expend energy. The cost of reviving mortals was much lower than reviving goo immortals. Human C could last for a long time. Other than human C and refinement C, Fang Yuan had also collected a lot of Qian Kun crystal wall. The scattered Qian Kun crystal wall in eastern sea, southern border, and western desert had probably all been collected by Fang Yuan. As for the other 2 regions, because of Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's protection, Fang Yuan did not ask about it when he stole Heavenly Secret. The complete Qian Kun crystal wall was stronger than thieving Heavenly Secret. It recorded everything that happened in the world. If thieving Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle used to scoop water out of a water vat, then Qian Kun crystal wall was that water vat. And according to Fang Yuan's understanding of thieving Heavenly Secret, the complete Qian Kun crystal wall could nurture primordial domain. With a thought, Fang Yuan's divine sense left Inkman City and went to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement nests. These floating refinement nests were arranged properly, there were no problems. Their source was Fang Yuan's stone nests. Back then, Fang Yuan used the concept of assembly line production to create these stone nests to accommodate hairy man Gu masters to refine Gu. Right now, each of the floating refinement nests could be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were of a much higher grade than Fang Yuan's stone nests. Some of the floating refinement nests had already accommodated many hairy man refinement path Gu masters. The first batch of Gu worms to be refined were Relic Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered for a while before moving again. A moment later, under the control of his divine sense, many Gu worms expended a large amount of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal Gu of this move was rank 8, it could teleport calamities and tribulations to the next time, and erupt together with the next calamity or tribulation. Fang Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to be very fast, the calamities and tribulations were already going to descend, but Fang Yuan used endless trouble time and time again to delay them until the next time. This had the disadvantage of angering Providence. When the calamities and tribulations truly erupted, they would be even more powerful. But for the current Fang Yuan, this disadvantage was exactly what he wanted. Even if the calamities and tribulations erupted and angered Providence, causing their power to rise sharply, Fang Yuan would still be able to survive and obtain a huge amount of Dao marks. Chapter 23-34. Actually, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use the killer move Endless Trouble. Wild Sand Literature Network. If he wanted to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in the 5 regions and absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, the will of the heavens would be manipulated and a calamity would be formed. Calamities and tribulations were not scary in the first place, Fang Yuan had complete confidence in dealing with them. But because of the tribulation, he would definitely be suppressed and probed by the other venerables. By then, because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture could not be moved and was deeply connected to Providence, if the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured heavenly secret might not be able to conceal Fang Yuan. That would expose Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal should have used their methods to delay the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was almost certain. The 3 venerables confronted each other, no one wanted to undergo tribulation first. Once they underwent tribulation first, they would expose their weakness and be suppressed first. If they were suppressed badly, it would be hard for them to catch up to the other venerables. They might even die because of it. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were like this. The chaos great disaster was a venerable's greatest weakness. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the chaos great disaster. Fang Yuan thought. Venerables still faced calamities and tribulations, a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos great disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, it would be the chaos great disaster. Fang Yuan's endless trouble killer move had already been used many times. After 2 more grand tribulations, it would be the chaos great disaster. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables. When the killer move Endless Trouble stopped, Fang Yuan showed a strange expression. Even though Endless Trouble succeeded like before, there was a difference this time. Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After transforming into the sovereign immortal body, he naturally needed to eat, otherwise, he would be hungry. But this hunger was clearly different from ordinary hunger, it came from the essence. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He understood the reason. The sovereign immortal aperture wanted to devour the venerable immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body originally had this flaw, or rather, it was a drawback. However, Fang Yuan originally estimated that after he became a venerable, the time limit would be even longer. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, he already felt a faint sense of hunger that couldn't be eliminated. This was much earlier than what he had expected. Is it because the sovereign immortal aperture has grown too much, it annexed too many grotto heavens previously, so it is constantly buying resource points? Fang Yuan vaguely felt that he had guessed the truth. He had developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The greatest disadvantage of the sovereign immortal aperture was also its greatest advantage, it was the non-conflicting Dao marks. But Fang Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks did not conflict with each other, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation to be unstable. But previously, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I had never felt hungry. After reaching the venerable realm, I've developed a sense of hunger. What is the reason for this? No matter what, refinement path, food path, heaven path, and human path, these 4 paths all have the possibility of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating. Fang Yuan continued to think. Refinement path was his most proficient path, there was no need to say more. Raising the sovereign immortal body to rank 10 would solve the problem. Food path replenished consumption and promoted growth. Children needed to eat constantly to replenish their nutrients and grow. The sovereign immortal body had the same logic. As for heaven path and human path, sovereign immortal fetus Gu's body used the 10 extreme physiques as its Gu materials, it was a pure human path Gu worm. But even though it turned into the sovereign immortal body, it had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it also had the profundity of heaven path. And from the point of non-conflicting Dao marks, it clearly belonged to the heavenly Dao. The problem now was that these 4 paths all had the possibility of completely solving the sovereign immortal body's problem of consuming food. It was like there were 4 paths, but Fang Yuan did not know if these 4 paths could be taken at the moment. Refinement path Fang Yuan was the clearest about it, he had to modify and innovate to have a chance of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem. Food path and human path had not been developed yet. Heaven path was also uncertain. They might not exist, Fang Yuan might need to innovate further. After all, the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly path, it was spectral soul demon Venerable's creation. The difficulty of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating from the root was high even for Fang Yuan. Even though he was a venerable now, he did not have much confidence, he needed to invest resources and effort to deduce. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was already an unprecedented existence in the world. Other than a permanent solution, there was also a temporary solution. That was to satisfy the need to eat and annex the Venerable's immortal aperture. This was very difficult. It meant that Fang Yuan had to defeat the Venerables. If it was just one Venerable, Fang Yuan would have an easier time. The difficulty was with many Venerables. If one was too strong, it would cause a chain reaction. Fang Yuan currently did not have the terrifying strength to suppress all the Venerables. Once he was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. But if I can really annex a Venerable's immortal aperture, there is another benefit, I can avoid the calamity. That means, as long as I do it properly, I do not need to take the risk of passing the chaotic calamity, I can directly jump over this huge flaw. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily moved. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was assassinated by him in Crazed Demon Cave, his soul dissipated but his immortal body and immortal aperture were left behind. Because he cultivated Heaven Dao, his immortal aperture was very stable, he was different from other paths. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Even though Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was only a step away from venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough Heaven Path Dao marks, he only lacked Heaven Path attainment level to almost become a Heaven Path venerable. That was to say, Fang Yuan only needed to split a soul and use Paradise Earth's immortal body's immortal aperture to form a Heaven Path clone. A Heaven Path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but in fact, it is only a step away from venerable. Feng Yuan was moved. If his heavenly Dao realm could reach the supreme level, he would be able to create an avatar of the heavenly Dao. At that time, be it for a fight between venerables, or if he had no other choice, annexing this venerable's immortal aperture would be very helpful to Feng Yuan. It is a pity that there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left, most of it has been used up. The remaining is definitely not enough for me to become a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Feng Yuan sighed. Yu Tian. Ziwei, you can't escape. Duke Tong rapidly closed the distance between him and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's face was deathly pale. Wuxia, who was being carried, said, "Let me block them, quickly escape." The Celestial Court had many methods. Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu Immortal seniors. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert, but she could not deceive them for long. Most importantly, the environment of Yu Tian had changed greatly. The original black and white reversal clouds had almost all disappeared. Fairy Myrtle could not make use of them. Thus, even though Fairy Myrtle had temporarily escaped from the pursuers' line of sight, not long after, the pursuers of the Celestial Court found her again and chased after her. Seeing that Duke Tong was attacking again, Fairy Myrtle also felt despair. It was not easy to persist until now. She was already at the end of her rope. "Feng Jioga, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Fairy Myrtle shouted. Duke Tong sneered in disdain. "Ziwei, how many more times do you want to play this trick?" Feng Jioga did not appear. He was not the savior of the Shadow Sect Immortals. However, another change occurred. A pink beast roared, its whole body flickered with dreamy radiance as it pounced over. "What is this?" Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. "A dream realm?" Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and flew towards the pink beast with Wuxia without dodging. Soon, they were swallowed by the beast. After swallowing Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia, the beast did not seem to be satisfied. It did not stop and pounced towards Duke Tong again. The dense dream path aura forced Duke Tong to retreat. "This is a dream realm? Why is it in beast form?" Duke Tong was helpless. He did not have the confidence to enter and exit dream realms freely. What's more, this dream was completely different from the previous love reports. It was a dream where one could move and hunt. Compared to the previous dream realms, this dream realm is more in line with the description in the Legends of Renzu. What is going on? Duke Tong was bewildered. He reported to the Celestial Court while tracking the dream realms. When the dream realms pounced at him, he retreated. When the dream realms left, he followed from afar. Next, he discovered even more dream realms. These dream realms had different appearances, but they were all in beast form. Groups of dream realms. This is a new change in spectral heaven. Duke Tong was even more bewildered. He could only watch as that dream realm that had swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia mixed into the beast group. Mr. Tong's investigative methods weren't effective against dreams. In addition, the appearance of the dream was constantly flowing and changing, so he quickly lost track of the key dream beast. He didn't know which one of the dream beasts was it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon received Duke Tong's report. She sighed, starry light flickered in her eyes. Heaven Path Dream Realm has indeed appeared. It even swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia. This is all Providence's scheme. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Wuxia was extremely crucial. If she could capture him, he would be the best pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, when Duke Tong chased after him, at the crucial moment, a Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared and disrupted Star Constellation's plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan. She immediately sent an order to Fairy Beautiful Soul. After this Soul Path Great Expert received the order, she first showed a surprised expression. Next, she returned to the Celestial Court and opened the secret warehouse, taking out a soul. Finally, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her own methods to nurture it, modifying the soul's memories. Her immortal aperture's light flowed even faster. Inside the immortal aperture, a few days later, Very Beautiful Soul finished modifying this soul. She immediately reported to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Bo Qing's soul is ready. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded after receiving this report. Right now, he still lacked the body of a sword path Gu Immortal. P.S. Happy May Day, everyone. Last night, I received a notification from Venerable Gu's management team. Only then did I know that Qidian had tacitly agreed to all authors Scream and Explode chapters activity. I originally had no intention of participating, but in the next few days, I will add 2 chapters to last month's monthly votes. Other than that, it seems that a Gu Immortal team activity has started. This is a chance to obtain a Gu Immortal title. Those who are interested can participate. Fu Pin Chinese. Chapter 2335. Where am I? Who am I? Fairy Myrtle had woken up from her dream, but she had forgotten about herself. She had a blank expression on her face as she looked at her surroundings. She realized that she was standing on a piece of yellow earth. It was desolate and lifeless. She looked down at herself. Her body was made of mud. Her hands and feet were small, and her entire body was dry. I seem to have forgotten something important. Fairy Myrtle frowned. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. She had even forgotten whether the important thing was a thing or a person. She could not remember it no matter how hard she tried. However, this vast and desolate yellow earth gave her a sense of familiarity. Home. The word popped up in Fairy Myrtle's mind. However, the desolate homeland made her feel a sense of sadness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, causing sand to fly everywhere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was raining cats and dogs. Millions of raindrops the size of beans fell on the yellow earth. Soon, it turned into a huge piece of mud. Fairy Myrtle was standing in the middle of the mud. Her entire body was soaked, and she was in a sorry state. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain became, she kept her head up. Her vision was miraculously not obstructed at all. She realized that she knew this piece of yellow earth like the back of her hand. She also realized that she could control the wind and rain as if she was moving her fingers. She thought to herself, this wind and rain is too strong. Let's just make it smaller. The next moment, the wind and rain really did become smaller. Wisps of green appeared from the swamp and spread everywhere. They were the sprouts of wild grass. Looking at the wild grass, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with endless joy. This was life. She finally felt that she was not so lonely anymore. It's a pity that they grow too slowly. It would be great if they could grow faster. And so, time began to speed up. The greenery grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the grass grew taller than her feet. More and more greenery spread out, turning the barren yellow earth into a grassland. Some of the depressions in the terrain were filled with rainwater, turning them into clear ponds. Fairy Myrtle walked through the lush bushes and stood by the pond. With the reflection of the water, she could finally see her face clearly. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. There were golden patterns on it to depict eyes, nose, and mouth. Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized who she was. That's right, so I'm this blessed land spirit. Zhongzhou State. Under the starry sky calculation array. Outside the embroidery building. Bai Qing, Feng Kim Hong, pays respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The mother and daughter pair greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was inside Embroidered Tower. She did not open Embroidered Tower and let the mother and daughter in. Instead, she used an information path Mortal Gu to draw an image in the air outside Embroidered Tower. The image was of those heaven path dream realms. After a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Kim Hong, have you seen such a dream realm before? Feng Kim Hong was watching with rapt attention. He answered, reporting to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I have never seen such a dream realm before. But I have already expected it. According to the current dream realms, they can be divided into human path, beast plant path, and heaven path. The so-called human path dream realms originate from humans or variant humans, they are their dream realms. The beast plant dream realms originate from the fierce beasts and plants that existed in the past and even now. As for heaven path dream realms, they originate from heaven and earth itself. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, saying, very well, prepare yourself, one day, you might need to go to two heavens and explore these heaven path dream realms. But Feng Kim Hong shook his head, rejecting her. Please forgive me for not being able to do that. I am only a mortal, I do not have any confidence in exploring such a dream realm, I cannot ensure my own safety either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised her eyebrows, she did not expect Feng Kim Hong to reject her so directly. At once, the scene fell into silence. Fairy Bai Qing, who was at the side, felt the pressure, she wanted to speak but did not say anything in the end. The atmosphere made her feel like she was suffocating. As for Feng Kim Hong, he still had an indifferent expression, as if he did not sense anything. All right. You can all leave. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. I will take my leave. Feng Kim Hong stood up and bowed towards Embroidered Tower before turning around and leaving. Looking at the departing figures of the mother and daughter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, her gaze was complex. Wuxia was devoured by the Heaven Path Dream Realm, it was truly a pity. He was a good pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Providence got rid of him. Dream realms could not be explored, that meant Wuxia was doomed. Feng Kim Huang's theory of Heaven Path and Human Path Dream Realms proved Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts. But Feng Kim Hong was only a mortal Gu master, he was not a Gu immortal yet, it was understandable that he could not do anything about these dream realms. But I cannot conceal these Heaven Path Dream Realms, it is only a matter of time before the two Venerables find out. The battle of three Venerables is about to start again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried. Because this time, it was much more complicated than before. Black and white heavens had passed, only Spectral Heaven was left. Spectral Heaven was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. If a Venerable barged in, how would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable react? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear, he was filled with providence, Heaven Path Dream Realms were the same, what was the relationship between the two? Would they help each other? Previously, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not worried. But it was different now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had reached an agreement with Rank 9 Fire Gu, he slaughtered countless lifeforms in the two heavens, his soul foundation had risen to a terrifying level. If this time, because of the Heaven Path Dream Realms, a fight between Venerables would occur, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would likely join in, he would be a formidable existence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought about it, she decided to stop refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks, she started to accumulate immortal essence to deal with the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's determination to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Wuxia is gone, I need to make good use of Bo Qing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful Spectral Soul clone. Even though there was a huge risk, modifying the soul was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was no different from showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced her to do so, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not care less. Bo Qing's soul was filled with Sword Path Dao marks, he needed a Sword Path Gu immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture, the higher the cultivation level, the better. However, in the entire world, there were not many Gu immortals who cultivated sword path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at the 5 regions, there was not a single rank 8 sword path Gu immortal, lone cultivator, or demonic cultivator. In fact, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some deductions, she found that there was only one rank 8 sword path Gu immortal in the current world. Western Deserts She Clan's first Supreme Elder, Prince's Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy showed strange expressions. The Celestial Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is crucial to the fight between Venerables and the safety of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was still as cold as the moon. The 3 immortals looked at each other and said resolutely, "Lord Immortal Venerable, please give us your orders." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted to the 3 immortals, how could she cooperate with Wan Zihong and Zhou Xianxia? The 3 immortals heard this plan and their eyes shined with bright light. They left with great confidence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a moment before contacting Genesis LotusWill in the Celestial Court. Genesis LotusWill was originally stationed in Divine Emperor City, but through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods, it grew stronger and split off a portion to guard the Celestial Court. The main task of this Genesis LotusWill in the Celestial Court was to nurture Zhang Xianxia. Zhang Xianxia was a legendary immemorial beast. Her main body was a huge green vine that connected heaven and earth. She took 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit she bore was called the firmament fruit. When melted in a grotto heaven, it could enlarge the immortal aperture sky. Thus, the firmament vine was called the 10th heaven of the world. She had made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She agreed to move into the Celestial Court. She was very special in the Celestial Court. She did not need to listen to orders, she only needed to offer a batch of firmament fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, she was killed by Feng Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods, but Genesis LotusWill originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She had a method to revive Zhang Xianxia. Zhang Xianxia's death is actually very beneficial to the Celestial Court. Genesis LotusWill communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Zhang Xianxia's body will return to its original state. By then, I will take over this body and add another legendary immemorial battle strength to the Celestial Court. Even better, the fruits that Zhang Xianxia bears in the future will contain my own will. By using this fruit to reconstruct the Celestial Court, we will be able to isolate Providence. In the future, when we have a new Celestial Court, the results of our derivation formation will all be used by us. Providence will no longer know about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This plan will take a long time, it is not urgent. Regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, what else do you remember? Genesis LotusWill shook his head. Back then, when my main body set up the revival plan, my knowledge was limited. I only knew that he left behind a self-portrait that could be used to revive. But I don't know where the self-portrait was hidden, I can't recall it either. But you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, don't you know about his revival method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. To speak the truth, Master did tell me to leave behind 2 revival methods, in case of emergencies in the future. The first revival method is the Celestial Court Chi Harvest Fruit. But before this fruit matured, it was plucked by that scoundrel Feng Yuan. The second revival method is related to Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury. Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury? Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury was created by Master in secret. It stored a large number of rank 8 Immortal Yuan stones that Yi Chi Z produced back then. Master also made arrangements in the treasury for rebirth. But I can't find them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said that she could not find them. It was not that she had no clues. In fact, be it Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival, she had relevant clues. She even knew that they were both in Central Continent. But she could not begin to examine and explore, because she would be discovered by the other venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, the other venerables would definitely be on guard against the other venerables of Celestial Court reviving. Star constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all of Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks to conceal these revival plans. She would not be discovered by the other venerables. Even if the other venerables found out, she could use Central Continent's geographical advantage to resist the venerables' attacks and protect the revival plans of the other venerables of Celestial Court. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks would she start reviving the other venerables of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was extremely deep. Once the two venerables revived, they would dominate the world once again. After all, the three venerables were united, their combined strength was terrifying. It was far superior to Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan fighting alone. Even if Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable worked together, they could not match the unity of the three venerables of Celestial Court. This was the same concept. But the appearance of the Heaven Path Dream Realm delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop refining Dao marks and accumulate immortal essence to defend against the upcoming Venerable confrontation. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He tried his best, but after absorbing the rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, the immortal essence he obtained was only 70% of the Immortal Yuan Stones. This 70% was only rank 8 immortal essence. Against this providence, I am not a wisdom path immortal Gu after all. I lack the crucial luck path immortal Gu. Maybe I can transact with Fang Yuan? No, I cannot expose myself. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realm? Good. Very good. Fang Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was worried that his Heaven Path attainment level was not high enough, but the Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared. But the contest for the Heaven Path Dream Realm might cause the Venerables to fight again. I should refine another rank 9 Immortal Gu to help me attack and defend. Fang Yuan secretly started to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu again. He had a lot of immortal essence. Even if he refined this rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would have a lot to deal with the future Venerable competition. Chapter 2336. Western Desert. Shi Luan Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation was warning, someone was invading. Such guts, they actually dared to invade my Shi clan's skeleton mountain. Shi Luan Zhou was shocked and furious. He quickly checked. He saw an immortal Gu house crashing into the defensive immortal formation. Inquiry Doc. Fang Clan. Shi Luan Zhou had a solemn expression. He asked for help from Shi Clan while activating the defensive formation. Ever since Fang Clan's chaos, Shi Clan had strengthened many immortal formations around their resource points. Almost all of them had teleportation abilities. Thus, Shi Luan Zhou was not flustered. He frowned as his battle-intent soared. Since Fang Clan has been hiding for so long and suddenly attacked me, they must have made ample preparations. I alone am not Fang Clan's match, but I can use the immortal formation to stall for time. Once the anti-Fang Alliance army arrives, Fang Clan will suffer. Of course, if the situation worsens, I will immediately use the immortal formation to teleport myself out. Shi Luan Zhou was controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide. He could not help but feel flustered. He was shocked to find that the formation was actually restricted. Even though the formation could still operate, the teleportation ability could not be used. They were targeted after all. Shi Luan Zhou gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down as he thought about how to escape this dangerous situation. He felt that he had a chance to escape. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Gu Immortal. He was guarding Shi Clan's resource point, Skeleton Mountain. This resource point was Bone Path. he had the geographical advantage. Moreover, Shi Luanzhou had been guarding here for a long time, he knew the terrain like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Shi Luanzhou arranged a portion of his will and some immortal essence before leaving quietly. The defensive immortal formation was still defending under his will. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks were rumbling like thunder, it was getting stronger and stronger. Shi Luanzhou's will shrunk rapidly, but he could hold on for some time. Shi Luanzhou went deep into Skeleton Mountain. This Skeleton Mountain was dark, soul smoke was rising from it at all times. Every once in a while, bone armors would grow out of the mountain rocks, some looked like humans, some were animals, there were all kinds of strange things. Other than these bone armors, there were also black fog crows that flew above Skeleton Mountain, feeding on the soul smoke. Fang clan's immortal Gu house's attacks caused the entire Skeleton Mountain to shake. The countless skeletons that were originally stuck in the mountain rocks were motionless. However, the mountain was shaking uncontrollably. These skeletons pulled their legs out and ran wildly in the mountain. The skeletons collided with each other, killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. Shi Luanzhou had already activated his killer move, his appearance changed as he turned into a mammoth skeleton, running in the mountains. He blended in among the countless skeletons, completely inconspicuous. But good things didn't last long. Wisps of water vapor wrapped around his body like ropes. Celestial friend Shi Clan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Soon after, a voice entered Shi Luanzhou's ears. Shi Luanzhou fell into despair, rank 8 Gu Immortal? You are not a member of the Fang family. In the next moment, the water vapor rope exploded and tied Shi Luanzhou up. Shi Luanzhou frantically struggled but his eyes darkened and he fainted. News of the Fang family's attack on Skeleton Mountain, a resource point in the Shi family's territory, was quickly transmitted to the Shi family's headquarters. Soon after, the Shi family notified the Anti-Fang Alliance. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at Skeleton Mountain, there was only a piece of barren land left. The entire Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fang clan's style. Shi Luanzhou is the Gu Immortal guarding this place, he cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong, to think that he went missing. Sigh, I'm afraid he is in trouble. Fang clan is causing trouble again, this is unforgivable. If we capture them in the future, we will tear their tendons and skin them alive to vent our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was cursing and gritting their teeth, another shocking news arrived. Dong clan's Dragon Roar volcano was also taken over by Fang clan. Dragon Roar volcano was a fire path resource point, but every time the volcano erupted, it would emit a dragon roar. At this time, they could plunder a large amount of sound path cultivation resources. When the Anti-Fang Alliance arrived at the original location of Dragon Roar volcano, they could not see any volcano. Good heavens, even the magma underground has been extracted. It seems that Fang clan is going to cause a huge commotion again. They have been hiding for some time, they must have exchanged for immortal Gu or killer moves from heaven refining Demon Venerable, their strength has risen greatly. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important places that Fang clan would not easily invade before. But now that both of them have been taken over, Fang clan's strength must have risen greatly. More importantly, will Fang clan continue to commit crimes? Where will their next target be? Where is the nearest resource point to Dragon Roar volcano? Shangqing Grassland. Shangqing Grassland was a rare grassland in Western Desert, it was rich in water and grass, it produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was discussing this, news of Shangqing Grassland being taken over by Fang clan spread again. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar. Fang clan's attack this time displayed extremely sharp offensive power, it was several times stronger than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar volcano, Shangqing Grassland, everyone, look, Fang clan's route has been marked, their next target is Dong Clan's Ascension Pit. Then what are we waiting for? Go and reinforce them. Dong Clan sent news, because Ascension Pit is in Dong Clan's blessed land, it is not heavily guarded. Most importantly, Dong Clan did not send any Gu Immortals to guard Ascension Pit. Gu Immortals were far fewer than resource points. Normally speaking, resource points at the border of a territory would be guarded by Gu Immortals. And such blessed lands' resource points would reduce manpower as much as possible. The Anti-Fang Alliance rushed to Ascension Pit without stopping. They found that the Immortal formation was broken. There was commotion deep in the pit. It seemed that Fang Clan's Immortals were still plundering resources inside. We finally caught them. Kill them. We need to get rid of Fang Clan, otherwise, our western desert will be in chaos because of them. The Anti-Fang Alliance was filled with anger as they charged down. But not long after, an Immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit, trapping the entire Anti-Fang Alliance in it. We fell for a trap. Such a powerful Immortal formation, I cannot even communicate with jewel yellow skies, let alone send a message. This Immortal formation is mainly used to trap, it does not have much killing power. Oh no! Fang Clan purposely set this up, they do not want to fight with us, they want to plunder resource points. Sigh, what do we do? I wonder if Dong Clan's resource points will be destroyed next. The Anti-Fang Alliance was trapped by the Immortal formation, they lost all contact. At the same time, Shi Clan's headquarters received an urgent report. Fang Clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert. They were attacking the Giant Spirit Oasis at the center of the desert. Giant Spirit Oasis was Shi Clan's super resource point. It was heavily guarded by Shi Clan. They could not afford to lose it. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation. The second Supreme Elder thought about it and decided to take action personally. They controlled Shi Clan's 2 Immortal Gu houses and mobilized as many Gu Immortals as possible to reinforce Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, they asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fang Alliance. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder had no choice but to mobilize almost all of their forces. Ever since Fang Clan lost all of their territories, they could easily mobilize all of their forces. This made it very difficult for the other super forces to resist them. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder would have to deploy enough troops to have any hope of resisting the entire Fang Clan's attack. If they sent too few people, they would be sacrificing their lives for Fang Clan. But this way, Shi Clan's headquarters would naturally be empty. There was a deafening rumble. Several figures suddenly descended and violently charged into the Shi family's base camp. They were Princes Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xianxia who had just arrived from Feather Heavenly Pit. 5 Rank 8 experts attacked Shi Clan's headquarters together. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you surrender now, you will be able to preserve your life. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. In the secret room, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, sighing faintly. What ability does my Shi Clan have to make the Celestial Court make such a huge move? Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path, why would they launch a sneak attack on a Fangjing Path super force? My Shi Clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, don't try to argue. You act one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes, secretly protecting Fang Clan and colluding with Fang Yuan. Otherwise, how could Fang Clan exist so freely until now? Zhou Xianxia nodded, I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before smiling, Celestial Court? Hee, as expected of the Celestial Court. Chapter 2337. Immortal Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Zhou Xianxia clapped his hands. In an instant, countless silver words flew out, flying around Lin Clan's public blessed land. These words were as large as carriages, some were as small as ants, they weaved together to form a huge sphere that enveloped the 5 Gu immortals of Celestial Court and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success. Zhou Xianxia let out a breath of air, showing an excited expression. A good start was already half the battle. The other 4 immortals of Celestial Court also relaxed a little. What they were most afraid of was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder leaving. Everyone was rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 against 1, Celestial Court had the advantage, but if the rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to escape, they could not capture them with numbers. Conflicting Dao marks made it hard for Gu immortals to display their advantage in numbers. Especially when Celestial Court's 5 immortals cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path, they all repelled each other. The speed at which Rumor Cage Battlefield was created is truly the fastest in the world. But to think that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder did not run away. Did he see through it? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court transmitted to each other, conversing rapidly. They had already set up a temporary immortal formation outside the Lin family's public Blessed Land base camp when they appeared in such a dignified manner. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped and flew out of the Blessed Land, the immortal formation would activate and he would be attacked, his speed would be affected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally ordered for the immortal apertures and bodies of sword immortals. Celestial Court's group naturally made ample preparations. Even though this formation did not have much offensive power, it was personally modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to counter Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape. And public Blessed Lands had always had weaker defenses than individual Blessed Lands. As an information path great expert, Zhou Xianxia had traveled in Western Desert for a long time, he had already gathered the relevant information. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had already fallen into Rumor Cage Battlefield. Prince's impatience shouted as he flew in. He moved his body and flew in the air, opening his mouth towards the hall below. Whoosh! Flames shot out of his mouth, landing on the ground and spreading rapidly, turning into an intense sea of fire. The palace was only a mortal Gu house, it burned in the sea of fire and quickly collapsed. The first Supreme Elder of the Lin family was forced to come out of seclusion and fight the enemy in the sky. The prince's impatience retreated slowly. Lin family's first Supreme Elder Lin Jianxing, have a taste of my power. Wan Zihong giggled and stepped forward. She activated a wood path killer move, flower petals flew and enveloped the battlefield, a sweet fragrance spread rapidly. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court held their breaths. Lin Jianxing had a solemn expression on his face as he pushed with both hands. For a time, sword qi swept out and transformed into a huge wave. The wave surged, washing away all the poisonous fragrance petals in the air. Wan Zihong's figure suddenly disappeared among the petals and appeared behind Lin Jianxing in the next moment. Wan Zihong stretched out her left pinky, her fingernail glowing purple, and poked Lin Jianxing. Immortal killer move, flower-piercing finger. Lin Jianxing was hit, and his figure paused. Sword qi suddenly rose and locked Wan Zihong in place. In the next moment, the huge wave of sword qi that he had summoned earlier rolled back. The huge wave of sword qi surged and engulfed Lin Jianxing and Wan Zihong. The 4 immortals of the Celestial Court did not make a move, they watched from the sidelines to prevent Wan Zihong from being injured. The huge wave of sword qi dissipated, only Lin Jianxing was left, while Wan Zihong vanished again. At the next moment, flower petals flew around Prince's impatience, condensing into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong's body was already covered in wounds, but at this moment, she smiled proudly and said, "Delay him. He's been hit by my technique, and the longer he stays here, the more thorns will grow on his body, hindering his movements until he's killed." Wan Zihong had already succeeded, she retreated and started to heal her injuries. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals continued to surround Lin Jianxing, not giving him any time to rest. The Celestial Court made full use of their advantage in numbers. Every silver character that formed the rumor cage suddenly started to shine with a bright light. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, drifting in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. The tiger group howled and pounced towards Lin Jianxing. It was Zhou Xiongxian's killer move, 3 men become tigers. Prince's impatience attacked again, countless beautiful firebirds formed in the air. The firebirds were burning with extraordinary agility, they formed groups and followed the tiger group. Red Heart Traveler also attacked. Giant pillars of blood-colored light rolled down one after another. The tiger group, firebirds, and blood pillars formed 3 waves of attacks. Lin Jianxing was surrounded, but he did not dodge. Facing the attacks, he howled, sword chi gushed out in all directions and charged into the tiger group. Beside the tiger group, sword chi suddenly condensed and turned into vines that tightly coiled around the countless fierce tigers. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deeply into the fierce tigers' bodies. The fierce tigers howled in pain, they were like balloons that were pierced, most of them collapsed on the spot. At this time, the Firebird group charged into the battlefield with surging flames. Lin Jianxing activated the technique again, the sword chi in the battlefield was replenished and turned into fierce winds. The violent winds whistled, killing the remaining tigers and blowing away countless firebirds. The remaining half were also swaying left and right, unable to form a battle formation. The blood pillars pressed down and suppressed the fierce winds, causing them to weaken rapidly. Lin Jianxing had no choice but to teleport and retreat. After opening up some space, he released a large amount of sword chi. The sword chi turned into an ice wall that quickly condensed and trapped the blood pillars within, continuously wearing them down. 3 waves of attacks were neutralized by Lin Jianxing, showing his incredible sword path attainment. 9 spiritual fairies saw this and praised, Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is truly unique, it is truly extraordinary. I can't hold it in anymore, take this. 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, her roar was like thunder, causing rumor cage to shake. 9 spiritual fairy and Lin Jianxing fought, each of her moves were powerful and heavy, Lin Jianxing was forced to retreat. Lin Jianxing had to continue retreating, he could not block 9 spiritual fairies' attacks. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a huge advantage when fighting at the front lines. Like this, Celestial Court's 5 immortals continued to attack. From the start of the battle, Lin Jianxing was already at a disadvantage. Even though their Dao marks conflicted, they cooperated with tacit understanding. Celestial Court's attacks were like a tidal wave, they were unending and did not stop. On one hand, they were suppressing Lin Jianxing, not giving him any chance to study Rumor Cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening him and creating a good opportunity for the final captive. Lin Jianxing's sword chi was exquisite and mystical, it turned into all sorts of forms, his sword path attainment was extraordinary, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court praised him inwardly. But he was only one person, he could not fight against so many, while Celestial Court had 5 Gu immortals. As time passed, the situation became more disadvantageous to Lin Jianxing. Strange, what method did he use to suppress my flower thorn finger? Wan Zihong saw that Lin Jianxing could move freely, she was curious. Right at this time, Prince's impatience suddenly used a move. After Lin Jianxing was hit, his whole body started to burn with gray-white flames. Firebirds flew out of the flames, Lin Jianxing's aura fell sharply, his speed also slowed down. Seeing that the time was ripe, Red Heart Traveler decisively used Blood Sun Red Sun Seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell, it flew into the air and spun around, like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood light as it pounced towards Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's body was surrounded by sword chi, he flew out and turned into a giant python, attempting to block the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory, it passed through the obstruction and directly landed on Lin Jianqing's head, turning into a red sun seal. Lin Jianqing's expression changed slightly. The red sun seal quickly displayed its might, suppressing fiercely and forming blood-colored threads. The blood-colored threads wrapped around Lin Jianqing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. Just as Lin Jianqing was about to be captured alive, at the next moment, Lin Jianqing's body collapsed, turning into vigorous sword qi that poured out of the blood threads. After flying to one side, these sword qi condensed again, returning to Lin Jianqing. There is such a method? No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court's expressions changed, they saw a flaw in this transformation. They were shocked to find that the Lin Jianqing who was trapped was not a Gu immortal, but only a killer move. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court had been toyed with until now, only realizing it now. He is essentially just a lump of sword qi, no wonder my flower thorn finger did not work. So that's it, this is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, he did not dodge when I used Rumor Cage earlier. Zhou Xianxia cancelled the battlefield killer move with an unsightly expression. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land again. The true first Supreme Elder of Lin Clan, Lin Jianqing, stood in the air with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the 5 immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jianqing has a great method. May I know the name of this move? Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he humbly asked for guidance. Lin Jianqing nodded slightly, saying calmly, this move is called Sword Qi Form. Sword Qi Form is a great move. Prince's Impatience praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely become famous in the 5 regions. Zhou Xianxia also commented. Even though they were toyed with, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court only felt solemn, their confidence and fighting spirit did not diminish. Earlier, in the battlefield of Rumor Cage, they were also restricted. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court were suppressed. They did not dare to use their full strength, fearing that Rumor Cage would be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, the intense vibrations would cause damage to the battlefield and expose a flaw. Once Lin Jianqing made use of this flaw, he might be able to escape. Lin Jianqing stretched out his palm at this time, revealing several immortal Gu that were suppressed by sword qi. Celestial Court's immortal formation is truly exquisite, it seems to be specially modified for our clan's public blessed land. Is this the work of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court could not conceal their solemn expressions. The formation that was secretly set up outside Lin Clan's public blessed land had already been dismantled by Lin Jianqing. But at the next moment, Lin Jianqing tossed the immortal Gu in his hand to the 5 immortals of Celestial Court. I will return the immortal Gu to you. This is our clan's headquarters, it will not be good to destroy it, let's go to another battlefield. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court silently received the immortal Gu, they looked at each other before Red Heart Traveler nodded. Lin Jianqing is truly extraordinary, I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 1,500 li away from here, follow me. Lin Jianqing flew out of the blessed land first, he was slow and had a calm attitude. Chapter 2338. What should we do now? Since the immortal formation has been dismantled, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jianqing planning? If he wants to wait for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Path's reinforcements, he is making a mistake. Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Zhou Xianxia, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy followed Lin Jianqing as they conversed secretly. Lin Jianqing's methods were beyond their expectations, he made the plans of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court fail. Just by relying on a sword qi form killer move, he deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court for a long time, this made the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court lose face. Lin Jianqing's main body used this chance to dismantle the immortal formation of the Celestial Court. This made the immortals of the Celestial Court realize there was a mistake in their formation arrangement. They should have sent someone to guard the immortal formation. In fact, the immortal formation had a certain amount of defensive power and a teleportation method. Once it was dismantled, information would be sent back. Even if the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inside Rumor Cage, they would receive a warning. Rumor Cage isolated communication inside and outside, even Jewel Yellow Skies could not communicate with it. But this information would go straight to Rumor Cage. It would cause a slight tremor in Rumor Cage to send a warning. At that time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court would know that someone dismantled the immortal formation. They would observe the situation and send a few people back to deal with it. However, Lin Jianqing's methods were extremely exquisite. From start to finish, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not receive any warning. They quietly dismantled the formation. But facing the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, Lin Jianqing actually returned the immortal goo to them. Such magnanimity made even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court admire him. In this situation, when Lin Jianqing suggested moving the battlefield, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not have the face to continue staying in Lin Clan's public blessed land. This is it. Lin Jianqing, who was in front, slowly stopped. He stood in midair and turned to face the 5 deities of the Celestial Court. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court scanned their surroundings. This desert was indeed, as Lin Jianqing had said, barren and devoid of life. It was a perfect battlefield. Fellow immortal Lin Jianqing, if you surrender, I will guarantee your survival with my life. Red Heart Traveler sighed. Lin Jianqing sneered. If you're staying at home, and an outsider suddenly barges in to frame you and make a big fuss about it, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything about it. What would you do if they said they would spare your life? What's the point of saying so much? Just as Red Heart Traveler was about to answer, Wan Zihong suddenly made a move. She disappeared again and reappeared behind Lin Jianqing. All 10 of her fingers were sharp, and all 10 of her fingernails were dark violet in color. They tore through the air and clawed down fiercely towards Lin Jianqing's back. Wan Zihong was a demonic path goo immortal recruited by the Celestial Court. She did not lack viciousness in her heart and also had a sense of pride. Lin Jianqing had toyed with her for so long using sword chi form, she was already feeling indignant. Right now, she was still using the killer move flower-piercing finger, but it was 10 times stronger. This time, you have a body of flesh and blood, let's see how long you can resist for. Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a sharp light. However, at the next moment, there was a sudden thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she had already been sent flying far away. Lin Jianqing, who was originally very close, could only see his back now. Because of the distance, his back was as small as a palm. What's going on? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong had just thought of this when she felt intense pain. Guh. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and was shocked to find that her defensive killer move was almost destroyed. What was that move just now? The other Celestial Court goo immortals were also uncertain. Lin Jianqing's method was too fast. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly. Zhou Xianxia quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Meanwhile, 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast again and charged towards Lin Jianqing. In this situation, transformation path goo immortals with thick skin were the best candidates to probe. Boom! But at the next moment, thunder rumbled. 9 spiritual fairy was also sent flying back. At least 3 of her ribs were broken. The other Celestial Court goo immortals could barely see that this was a sword path killer move. It was completely formed from sword chi, but it was too fast, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Even with investigative methods, they could only barely see it. This move is called Thunder Sword Chi, please appraise it. Lin Jianqing shouted as he counterattacked the 5 immortals of the celestial court. Bam bam bam, thunder rumbled, the 5 immortals of the celestial court were forced to retreat continuously. Lin Jianqing naturally did not just use Thunder Sword Chi killer move, he also used Sword Chi manifestation methods from time to time. Sword Chi manifestation killer move was exquisite and mystical, while Thunder Sword Chi was fast, too fast. It was so fast that the 5 immortals of the celestial court could not see it clearly, they could only use defensive methods to resist it. Lin Jianqing actually had such a method. Cover me. Zhou Xianxia transmitted secretly. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him, activating a majestic blood light. The blood light was like a ball, enveloping Red Heart Traveler and Zhou Xianxia within it. Zhou Xianxia had only prepared for a few breaths of time, but Lin Jianqing had already sensed it. Lin Jianqing pointed at the blood light barrier with his finger. Instantly, at least 3 Thunder Sword Chi killer moves landed and destroyed the blood light barrier. But Zhou Xianxia laughed heartily, "You fell for my trap." He had already prepared it, he had only purposely delayed it to create the illusion that he needed a long time to prepare a powerful killer move. After all, the longer the killer move's preparation time, the stronger it would be. Zhou Xianxia cultivated information path. This move did not have the ability to attack when activated. However, once the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it would capture the information of the enemy's killer move and give Zhou Xianxia a warning. Zhou Xianxia had a warning. He quickly used information path methods to share the information with the other 4 immortals of the celestial court. This way, there was a clear change in the battle situation. The 5 immortals of the celestial court finally gained a foothold. They started to exchange blows with Lin Jianqing. Lin Jianqing's Thunder Sword Chi killer move was mainly because it was too fast. Before the enemy could react, they would already be hit. But Lin Jianqing still needed time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xianxia's information path killer move warning informed Zhou Xianxia and the rest when Lin Jianqing started to prepare Thunder Sword Chi killer move. With this added time, the 5 immortals of the celestial court could barely react in time. Both sides fought intensely for a while. The 5 immortals of the celestial court still had not gained control of the situation, they were still suppressed by Lin Jianqing. How is this possible? He is actually so strong? This is completely different from the information. Thunder Sword Chi and Sword Chi form are already incredible. Lin Jianqing's battle awareness is even more outstanding, it even surpasses mine. The 5 immortals of the celestial court were inwardly shocked. Lin Jianqing did not just rely on these 2 moves to dominate the battlefield, he also displayed terrifying strength. There was no strongest Gu worm, there was no strongest killer move, but Gu immortals could always be number 1. Even though Lin Jianqing was not number 1, he was vaguely above the 5 immortals of the celestial court. The 5 of us have different paths, we are restricting each other. This won't do. Lin Jianqing's main body has such battle strength, we need to weaken him to have a chance to use Rumor Cage. Let me do it. The 5 immortals of the celestial court conversed at lightning speed. Prince's impatience stood up. He sent out balls of sparks that fluttered about, and they quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Lin Jianqing's sword chi surged, but when it encountered the sparks, it started to burn and was quickly expended. Lin Jianqing was stunned. His vital immortal Gu was rank 8 sword chi Gu. Be it sword chi form or thunder sword chi, they both used sword chi as the foundation. Prince's impatience's move could actually burn sword chi, this broke the foundation of his battle. At least 50% of Lin Jianqing's sword chi was burned, its power fell drastically. The 5 immortals of the celestial court took the chance to counterattack. After several rounds of fighting, a chance appeared. 9 spiritual fairy smoothly grasped it. 9 spiritual fairy turned into a willow tree, her willow branches coiled around Lin Jianqing like a python, binding him to the willow tree trunk. Using this chance, Zhou Xianxia quickly used Rumor Cage Battlefield. Seeing that Lin Jianqing had entered the battlefield again, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court became energized. But at the next moment, 9 spiritual fairy cried out in pain, the willow tree immemorial desolate beast vanished, she returned to her human form, she was covered in blood as she retreated in panic. What happened now? The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court were shocked. Be careful. 9 spiritual fairy was hidden behind Zhou Xianxia, her expression was still filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Lin Jianqing broke free from the bindings, he smiled as his aura slowly rose. Sensing this aura, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. Pseudo-venerable. He concealed himself so deeply. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point in the battle, Lin Jianqing finally started to display his full strength. Translucent milky white threads appeared around his body. The threads were extremely fast, they shot towards the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Chi Condensed Thread. This is the move. 9 spiritual fairy reminded in a low voice. The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court had stern expressions, the transformation path 9 spiritual fairy who had transformed into an immemorial desolate plant was defeated miserably by this move, they naturally would not let down their guard. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods and took the lead to block these threads. The threads were extremely sharp, so sharp that they could not be described with words, they actually cut into his body. If not for Red Heart Traveler reacting in time and pulling some distance away, he would have been cut into pieces. This move cannot be blocked head-on. Soon, the other 3 immortals of the Celestial Court also tested the power of this move and reached a consensus. The threads were unimaginably sharp, even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could only dodge. Lin Jianqing did not move from the center, he activated more and more threads, gradually filling the entire battlefield. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court awkwardly found that the battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jianqing in was gradually becoming an obstacle for them to dodge the threads. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally realized, Lin Jianqing had not moved the battlefield to stall for time. The reason he returned the immortal goo was because he believed he could fight 1 against 5, he could defeat the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Lin Jianqing. Aren't you looking down on us too much? Remove Rumor Cage, let me use my strongest method. No, let me do it first. Facing the incomparably powerful Lin Jianqing, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court decisively removed Rumor Cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jianqing's smile did not change as he activated another method. For a moment, sword lights danced in the air, appearing out of thin air. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Light Division. Bam bam bam, in this battle, Lin Jianqing won 1 against 5, he killed the Gu Immortal Wan Zihong of the Celestial Court and heavily injured Zhou Xianxia, Prince's Impatience, and Red Heart Traveler. 9 spiritual fairy was captured because she brought up the rear. Lin Jianqing's name spread throughout the 5 regions. Chapter 2339. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement Sea area. The sea breeze blew, the surface of the sea was rippling, the sound of waves could be heard. A rank 5 hairy old man was lying on a small sampan, unconscious. The sampan moved with the waves, if nothing happened, this hairy old man would die in the sea. But a ship passed by here, after noticing the sampan, screams and shouts could be heard from the ship. After the hairy old man woke up, he found himself on the ship. Old man, are you also going to the Refinement Path Sacred Land to compete for the right to enter and exit the drifting refinement nest? The hairy Gu masters on the ship asked. The old man nodded. I live in Kokitahara, I heard about the drifting refinement nest, I know that it was created under the orders of the Supreme World Lord, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Such a refinement path sacred land might give me hope of breaking through. The hairy man Gu masters on the ship gasped, "Old man, you traveled such a long distance from Kokitahara to here, it was not easy, we are truly in awe." The hairy man old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Initially, I was not alone, there were 3 others. But the journey was dangerous, 2 of my companions died, the remaining one did not dare to continue," he returned. "Thus, I am the only one who came here." The sovereign immortal aperture was not safe either. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently, the only places that had a stable environment were the settlements of large tribes. They usually had defensive immortal formations or Gu immortals guarding them. Thus, even rank 5 Gu masters could not travel long distances, they had to take huge risks. The hairy man old man asked the hairy man Gu masters on the ship where they came from. Like he expected, these hairy man Gu masters came from many Eastern Seas 3-hair continent. Back in Langya Blessed Land, the yellow-hair continent, black-hair continent, and white-hair continent were collectively known as 3-hair continent. These hairy man Gu masters had different cultivation levels, most were rank 4, few were rank 5, and there were also rare rank 3. "I am truly envious of you, you live so close to the refinement path sacred land." The hairy man old man sighed internally. "So what if it is close? This place is strictly forbidden. How can the refinement path sacred land be freely entered? According to what I know, many Gu immortals' descendants can enter freely. Alas, we can't compare. They have Gu immortal seniors, they use flying boats to enter and exit this place, they are extremely fast. Hopefully, this test won't be difficult and I'll pass. From now on, you will have the right to enter and exit this place freely." The hairy man Gu masters discussed among themselves. Several days later, the hairy man old man and the ship's hairy man Gu masters arrived at a floating refinement nest. The drifting refinement nest was so huge that all the Gu masters gasped in admiration. A voice transmitted into everyone's ears, guiding the rookies on the correct path, allowing them to smoothly enter the drifting refining nest. The structure of the drifting smelting nest was even more complicated. There were countless rooms of different sizes and corridors. It was very easy to get lost. Under the guidance of that voice, the hairy man Gu masters found their own rooms and moved in. The Fong family had all the necessary living facilities, but they were all very simple. The style of ascetic cultivation was undoubtedly evident. That night, the newly arrived hairy man Gu masters rested well. From the second day onwards, Gu materials were transported into the individual Gu refinement rooms in their rooms. The hairy man Gu masters started to refine Gu. According to that mysterious voice, this was the first test. The Gu masters were asked to use their most proficient methods to process Gu materials or refine Gu worms. This test lasted for 3 days. During this period, the Gu masters could display their skills to their heart's content. After the test, the Gu masters' rooms were moved, some went to higher floors, while others went down a few floors. The drifting refinement nest did not prohibit Gu masters from interacting with each other, thus, all sorts of small gatherings were held at night. The elderly rank 5 hairy man Gu master saw many outstanding Gu masters. Hairy men were the majority, but there were also humans and even a few variant human Gu masters. He also obtained a lot of information from this. One day, according to everyone's conjecture, the higher the floor, the better the results of the test. Because the higher the floor, the bigger and better the room, the better the food. The Gu masters revolved around this standard and started to compete intensely. The drifting refinement nest never lacked Gu materials, refining Gu worms, or trying to create new Gu. Through a good performance, the Gu masters could even seek the guidance of the mysterious voice and learn profound Gu refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for several weeks, all of the Gu masters felt their strength rising rapidly. 14 days passed like this. The Gu masters faced the middle stage test. A set of high-quality Gu materials were processed by many Gu masters together. The Gu masters were in their own rooms, observing the images and processing them remotely. The images were very lifelike, be it the temperature or the smell, they were all the same. The true goo materials were placed in a secret location, inside the refinement path goo formation. They were not placed in front of any goo master. Such methods were unimaginable. All of the goo masters were shocked and filled with admiration. After the middle stage test, more than 10 days later, it was time for the final stage test. This time, they were processing immortal materials. Of course, the topic was goo immortals. Every drifting refinement nest had at least one refinement path goo immortal. The other goo masters did some auxiliary work, such as processing the immortal materials and so on. After passing the final stage test, the remaining goo masters would have the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. After that, they would have to take the test again. The drifting refinement nest that Fang Yuan created was mostly filled with goo masters. The early stage standard was not high. Most goo masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, with the explosive growth of the population, the competition in all aspects would become very intense, especially regarding the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C. Every drifting refinement nest could make use of refinement C to greatly increase the success rate of goo refinement. At the same time, the goo materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, refinement C's sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Fang Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal goo for many days already. The center of refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only goo immortals with Fang Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal goo appeared. This immortal goo crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was heavenly web goo. And on the back of heavenly web goo, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 heavenly web goo. It did not exist on the back of rank 8 heavenly web goo. The refinement is complete. Master has another rank 9 immortal goo. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process. This is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the venerables under his feet in the future. For element square regret blood refinement pool also had goo immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Fang Yuan's divine sense, the rank 9 heavenly web goo disappeared. Rank 9 heavenly web goo is also refined. Fang Yuan was calm. After refining many rank 9 immortal goo, he no longer felt excited or agitated. He was starting to get used to it. Although the goo refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that. It was very smooth. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan chose to refine heavenly web goo in the end. Fang Yuan's current situation was not bad. He needed an immortal goo to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Fang Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak. This was Fang Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Fang Yuan would have no place to stand. The consequences would be severe. Heavenly web goo could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive goo, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move, expanding heavenly web. Expanding heavenly web's power rose sharply. It was even more powerful than reverse flow protection seal. Moreover, heavenly web goo could be mixed into obscured heavenly secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Fang Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well. It was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Fang Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the rank 9 Heavenly Web Goo, Fang Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit, it could recover on its own. Of course, drifting Refinement Nest could speed up Refinement C's recovery. Just as Fang Yuan was calculating which rank 9 immortal goo he should refine next, a piece of news entered his ears. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court surrounded Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, but suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Jianxing's pseudo-venerable battle strength was exposed. Not only did he collude with Fang Clan and leak information to them, he was also an otherworldly demon. There was a lot of evidence of Lin Jianxing's collusion with Fang Clan. It could be said to be irrefutable. As an information path grade expert, Zhou Xianxia not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to create false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally deduced it. Right now, the world was in an uproar, especially Western Desert. It was extremely chaotic. A pseudo-venerable had finally appeared in this region. Western Desert's righteous path had yet to straighten their backs when they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually involved in the demonic path. He had deep connections. Chapter 2340. If not for the Celestial Court exposing it, no one would know that Lin Jianxing had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They had hidden it so deeply, they definitely had ulterior motives. In fact, from the reactions of most of Lin Clan's Goo immortals, they did not know about it. Western Desert's righteous path super forces were watching. Many of them were waiting for Lin Jianxing to explain, but Lin Clan remained silent and did not give any explanation. Western Desert's righteous path did not make a move. They were not willing to create an alliance against Lin after the anti-Fang alliance. The consequences of attacking Fang Clan were right in front of them. If Lin Clan did the same thing as Fang Clan, with a pseudo-venerable leading the entire clan, how would Western Desert's righteous path survive? Fang Clan cannot attack now. It seems that Fang Clan's previous attacks were all a facade created by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan looked at the complete information again and understood. Ever since Western Desert's Fang Clan lost the resource points of their entire clan, they had to rely on Fang Yuan even more. Thus, Fang Yuan's control over them was even deeper. If Fang Clan attacked in a large scale, they would definitely inform him and ask for his instructions. Fang Yuan could not help but find it funny. The Celestial Court wanted to interfere in Western Desert. Of all people, they had to choose the strongest opponent. But soon, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of a question: why did the Celestial Court suddenly attack Lin Clan? Was it because they found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable strength, so they wanted to eliminate him in advance for the sake of Celestial Court's dominance over the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention the fact that the Celestial Court's biggest obstacle in stabilizing its position as the overlord of the 5 regions were the other venerables. Even pseudo-venerables had to stand aside. If the Celestial Court found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why did they only send 5 Celestial Court Goo immortals to kill Lin Jianxing? This did not make sense. Then what is the Celestial Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly attack Lin Clan? Fang Yuan learned from Fang Clan that Lin Clan and Fang Clan did not collude in secret. This was all a setup by the Celestial Court. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That wasn't right either. The Celestial Court's attitude towards the extraterrestrial devils was not completely one-sided. As long as they could recruit him, the Celestial Court would. Even Fang Yuan had been recruited by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's recruitment criteria were also very clear, as long as it was a human. Then what exactly is the reason? Even if the number one wisdom path expert, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was not the decision-maker, she had at least agreed to deal with Lin clan. However, she made a rare miscalculation. What made her agree to attack the Lin family? The problem here was very crucial and worthy of Fang Yuan's deep consideration. Even though Wisdom Gu was only rank 8, it was helpful to Fang Yuan. After he used all sorts of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan had a guess, but he was not sure. After all, everything was just a calculation. What was the truth? Fang Yuan naturally had a way to prove it. He immediately ordered for a rank 5 Gu master to undergo immortal ascension. Right now, there were few such rank 5 Gu immortal seeds left in the sovereign immortal aperture. And these Gu immortal seeds did not have a deep foundation, they did not have enough experience, their chances of passing the tribulation were very low. This was why Fang Yuan decided to suppress them and let them continue to accumulate their foundation. But because this problem was very important, Fang Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 Gu master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu master failed and died because the 3 qi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Fang Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin clan, she was an embroidered tower outside the Celestial Court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the Celestial Court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden Soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the Celestial Court the entire time. Fang Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear, she wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's previous performance was already the number one threat to the Celestial Court. Of course, this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding when Fang Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Fang Yuan had many rank 9 Immortal Gu was exposed, then Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal would also have to join forces with Star Constellation to deal with Fang Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Fang Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply, thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the Celestial Court's secrets, he did not know about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Fang Yuan had refined rank 9 Immortal Gu, he had an advantage in this aspect, but the other venerables might try to offset Fang Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. War. Fang Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. Compared to war, Fang Yuan preferred to do business and plunder. But Fang Yuan was clear about one thing: venerables had to fight, they had to fight frequently. Then let's fight. After thinking for several days, Fang Yuan finally made this decision. After he made his decision, he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu immortals to Western Desert to approach Lin Jianxing and recruit him. On the other hand, he sent his capable subordinates to make arrangements. After making arrangements, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering spectral heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerables suddenly flew into spectral heaven. This important information was quickly captured by the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. It was quickly spread to the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. A venerable's every action would attract the attention of all Gu Immortals. Not to mention Fang Yuan's huge action. What is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable trying to do by entering spectral heaven? To fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Giant Sun Immortal was very confused. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Not long ago, she and Fang Yuan had already completed the transaction regarding the Starry Sky calculation formation. Lin Jianxing exposed his true battle strength. She had miscalculated. She was about to deal with this when Fang Yuan made such a move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not even deduced when an intense feeling told her that things were going to turn bad. But as for what would turn bad and how, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know yet. Everything was waiting for her to continue deducing, or for the situation to continue developing. Among the venerables, Fang Yuan is in the worst situation. Why did he go to spectral heaven? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confused. Spectral heaven had already become Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. Other Gu Immortals entered and left spectral heaven, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not make a move. But what if a venerable like Fang Yuan went to spectral heaven? This was like a mountain with a tiger. Normally, when small animals stepped on it, the tiger would not move. However, if another ferocious tiger entered the mountain peak, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the original ferocious tiger, and a battle might even break out. Would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable make a move against Fang Yuan? The answer to this question was related to the hearts of the two venerables. They activated investigative killer moves and paid close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. The two venerables were shaken. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Did Fang Yuan have a way to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? That was why he had the confidence to enter spectral heaven? But why did he suddenly enter spectral heaven? The same question appeared in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's first thought was, has Fang Yuan already quelled the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal problems and started annexing variant human grotto heavens? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. She had a bad feeling. Does Fang Yuan already know about the Heavenly Path Dream Realm? In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained the truthful floating ice left behind by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. After entering spectral heaven, he went straight for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal's heart shook. This is a dream realm? The dream realm that is most similar to the description in the Legends of Renzu has appeared. So Fang Yuan's target is them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had Heaven Path Cultivation level and was also the #1 person in the world in Dream Path attainment. The Heavenly Path Dream Realm was too helpful to Fang Yuan. I cannot let Fang Yuan succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal realized that these were all Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On one hand, he agreed to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Fang Yuan and prevent him from obtaining these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On the other hand, he was thinking, was this real or fake? This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal learned of the existence of Heavenly Path Dream Realms. But he was clear, I already have a rank 9 Gu, even though it is light goo, it is damaged and useless for now. But this is enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to work together against me. So in this situation, are the two of them working together to plot against me? Undeniably, this was very likely. Fang Yuan looked at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm in front of him and used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to enter. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was an investigative goo. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the situation in the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. His heart burned with passion. The Heavenly Path has to pay a huge price to create these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. They need to pay the true meaning. That is to say, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb their true meaning, I will obtain them. The parts that the Heavenly Path loses will be obtained by me. My attainment level in Heaven Path is even higher than the Heavenly Path. Of course, this could not be considered a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Because in the current Heaven Path attainment level, there were too many things that Fang Yuan could not comprehend. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Just as he was thinking, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. It is easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. Giant Sun Immortal should be here soon. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, saying, Star Constellation, I must obtain these dream realms. If you do not retreat, leave your life behind. Chapter 2341. You want me to leave my life behind? He, it is rare to see such hospitality from Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Fang Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Fang Yuan was determined to obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms. Precisely so, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Fang Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought. Fang Yuan must have improved a lot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding ding ding, countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method, called 7 Kills Rainbow. At once, Metal Path's yellow light, Wood Path's jade light, Water Path's light blue light, Fire Path's red light, Earth Path's brown light, Wind Path's green light, and Lightning Path's dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble. The two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon, it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 Kills Rainbow dissipate like smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Fang Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Dao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Dao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Fang Yuan let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Fang Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Dao marks. Even if Fang Yuan destroyed them, these Dao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Fang Yuan. Without permanence goo, these two moves would not exist. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's two moves were unheard of by Fang Yuan. They were truly extraordinary when used together. Fang Yuan saw that he could not break them directly. He had a thought and decisively stopped probing, using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White-Gold Holy Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Chi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 killings Rainbow or the current 5 restriction Profound Light Chi, they were both modified by Fang Yuan. If it were the original version, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Fang Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 killings Rainbow Killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 restriction Profound Light Chi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 killings Rainbow. It showed Fang Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body, she had conflicting Dao marks. When she fought in this 5-colored Profound Light Chi, the stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 restriction Profound Light Chi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Fang Yuan exposed. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved. In short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were at least immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others, their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction Profound Light Chi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 restriction Profound Light Chi originated from Tao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens. They were not suppressed by 5 restriction profound light chi. The star beasts attacked in groups. They were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Fang Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces. The number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders, they had immortal apertures with goo worms in their bodies. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts on a large scale. Fang Yuan's heart shook. But thinking about it, he understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the number 1 wisdom path immortal. She is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thinking about the countless variant goo immortals in Crazed Demon Cave, they were all created by limitless demon venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, in terms of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, limitless demon venerable's achievements were even more shocking than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the 2 heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Fang Yuan speculated about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. Not just the gains from the fusion of the 2 heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Court's treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Fang Yuan maintained 5 restriction profound light chi while activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Countless dragon souls danced and sword chi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky. They only managed to slow down the star beast army's attack slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected. One would weaken while the other would strengthen. They were closely linked and coordinated. Fang Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for rank 9 Light Goo. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for rank 9 Light Goo focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Fang Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and other methods to be ineffective. Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Fang Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. she suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Fang Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions, they assaulted his body and mind. But Fang Yuan was prepared, he activated more than one defensive killer move, among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave, it was modified now, it quickly suppressed and destroyed Fang Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed, Fang Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly, a faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink, it gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power, mini Dang Hun Mountain above Fang Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding! 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 It was like the sound of crystals colliding, it was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye, wherever it went, star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now, a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it, they fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Dao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal Killer Move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese language. Chapter 2342. This time Shocking Dreams, Soul Sound, this was a combination killer move. It used Rank 8 Rule Path Gu, Rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Shock Gu, Rank 8 Time Path Year Gu, Rank 7 Dream Armor Gu, Rank 8 Water Path Great Wave Gu, Rank 8 Bell Tone Gu, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, it was comparable to a Rank 9 killer move, with the amplification of Fang Yuan's Dao marks of corresponding paths, its power was earth-shattering. With this move, Fang Yuan immediately broke through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves, he swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed, thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Fang Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Water Path, Soul Path, and Sound Path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom Path was easy, but Dream Path was difficult. Even though the relevant Immortal Gu was only Rank 7 Dream Armor Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Fang Yuan had an advantage in the Dream Path, he was the number 1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Dang Hun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Fang Yuan spent to deduce this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind, she could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Fang Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Fang Yuan's Your Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound was extremely domineering, it swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Fang Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move Your Shocking Dream Wave Sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind, she felt that if Fang Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, your shocking dream wave soul sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the frightening year beast. Wherever it went, frightening year goo would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Dang Hun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The soul sound withered flower tree was also a rare ancient desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use woodpath resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Fang Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. Especially when Fang Yuan had rank 8 wisdom goo, he could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration. He did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This year's shocking dream wave soul sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence, because it did not contain a rank 9 immortal goo, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. This move had a huge range. Fang Yuan was directly hit, the emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fang Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it. His expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fang Yuan's wisdom path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom path cultivation had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to wisdom path Dao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful. Other than extracting emotions, it could also extract wisdom path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's wisdom path foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his reverse flow protection seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle. It could not be considered an attack. It could not trigger reverse flow protection seal's counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with reverse flow protection seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's previous efforts in modifying reverse flow protection seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already lost 100 wisdom path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Goo, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state. It was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her wisdom path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Goo's methods were still too weak, they could not resist it. Reverse flow protection seal's level was high enough, it had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had a choice, that was to continue using this year's shocking dream wave soul sound killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. It was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the Goo Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fish net formed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both Heavenly Web and obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web Goo was a rank 9 immortal Goo. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fang Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Fang Yuan did not expose his rank 9 immortal Gu aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured heavenly secret. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Fang Yuan to use rank 9 heavenly web Gu. Because of this, obscured heavenly secret had to bear a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Fang Yuan's ear-shocking dream turbulent soul sound, but Fang Yuan resisted her mental state killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Fang Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, of course. But ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Fang Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Fang Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did it weaken providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Fang Yuan did not gain nothing. After this attempt, he understood that providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path Dream Realms. They were hard to differentiate. His wisdom path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with providence alone. But Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuzhen to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Fang Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her nose. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path Dream Realms and gets stronger? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Venerable Gu reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day, but in the last month, my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parents. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone. Please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Chapter 2343. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Fang Yuan would not be able to withstand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Fang Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Fang Yuan in secret. Of course he had good intentions. Firstly, Fang Yuan was too weak, it was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other, so he wanted to help Fang Yuan and maintain the situation of the two venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have primeval chi seed, my immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision. But he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan fought, Fang Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Fang Yuan was last in refining Dao marks, even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound left a deep impression on him. Fang Yuan used the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Fang Yuan could win. When the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Fang Yuan's background. The reason? Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence. He was ranked last in terms of refining natural Dao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of Heaven and Earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of Heaven and Earth as the core. It seems that Fang Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal goo after all. He had to use a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Fang Yuan had the most secluded domains of Heaven and Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete blood sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Fang Yuan's Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Fang Yuan actually resisted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated a Wisdom Path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. Because Fang Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Fang Yuan, the weakest venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make Star Constellation and Fang Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Fang Yuan instead. Remote heaven battlefield's environment was of no help to the three venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Fang Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2. Of course, this was under the condition that Fang Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three venerables shook heaven and earth. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance leader's situation is not good. Good, this demon Fang Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me, they are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The rank 8 Gu immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation. Seeing that Fang Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state, the Eastern Sea immortals had grim expressions, while the Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu immortals were overjoyed. They had high morale. Thunder rumbled, killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Fang Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. They could only deal with Fang Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Fang Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhen had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Fang Yuan only needed to maintain this situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Fang Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two venerables. But he could not kill them, so what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the 5 regions Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Fang Yuan lost today, the 5 regions Gu immortals could not defeat Fang Yuan. They still feared and respected Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan did not die, who could Fang clan, the two heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas super forces rely on? They still had to follow Fang Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between venerables. Even if Fang Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiuzhen gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Fang Yuan up, as long as Fang Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm, victory was no different from defeat. Fang Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the two venerables could not force back Fang Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back? Comegent Sun Immortal snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I will prepare a killer move to find Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him. Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. Then I will break Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Chapter 23:44. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards, so that Star Constellation and Fang Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable, he would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. Fang Yuan, take this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck, before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Fang Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Fang Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was shocked, but he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge, forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there, following the clues and tracing back to the source. This lingering waste luck found its way to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Fang Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed. Instead, he used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move Accumulated Weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Fang Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Accumulated Gravity Retraction killer move. It returned to Fang Yuan. After repeating this several times, the power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented reverse flow protection seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then I, the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move Wasted Luck killer move was getting stronger, even if reverse flow protection seal could reflect it, the scale of reverse flow river was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Fang Yuan's reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring reverse flow river. Fang Yuan was shocked and furious. "Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today." Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Fang Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm. But Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Goo, Blood Path or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Fang Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Fang Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Fang Yuan saw this and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he cancelled Reverse Flow Protection Seal and only used Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Fang Yuan's clone Meng Qiuzhen entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiuzhen was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia, Meng Qiuzhen came prepared. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use Thieving Heavenly Secret to investigate the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Goo Dream Butterfly as the core and was modified from Exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream Realm. This move was one of Fang Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiuzhen activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next 2 earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from Exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the Goo Cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away, the rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts, he only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream Realm had few water path Dao marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. the first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate Beast Calamity. A four-armed ape charged into the blessed land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the four-armed ape. Looking at the four-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiuzhen did not show any fear, he smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the four-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature, it became even more berserk, its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was prepared, he did not run on the ground, he entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble, even though the four-armed ape was agile, it was like an elephant, it was always blocked outside, even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience. Gu immortals were not land spirits, even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture, their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation, he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area, only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the Gu immortal after they died, they were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture, the Gu immortal's obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Feng Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao immortal Gu and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin, one could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiuzhen did not have any injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured, it died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to make its flesh rot, its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts, then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the four-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply, Meng Qiuzhen's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiuzhen used his strength to create waves on the water surface. Chapter 23:45. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water, the underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dao marks, the remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dao marks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious, it could produce stone materials and produce ores. It was good for the reproduction of rock men, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The Blessed Land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiuzhen investigated the three earthly calamities, he found that the first was the Strength Path calamity, the four-armed ape, the second was the Fire Path calamity, the third was the Transformation Path calamity, the Flying Fly tribulation. Meng Qiuzhen knew that this dream realm Blessed Land's calamities were not mainly Earth Path. Using Earth Path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiuzhen immediately decided to modify the terrain. After Gu masters advanced to Immortal, very few would change the terrain of their Immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiuzhen had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked Strength Path Dao marks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trenches cave to kill the four-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhen would not have earth spikes, and the four-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the Blessed Land would slowly digest it before he could obtain Strength Path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly killed the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dao marks, the Blessed Land could only absorb most of the Strength Path Dao marks. Thankfully, this portion of Strength Path Dao marks was enough. Meng Qiuzhen successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the Strength Path Dao marks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have Fire Path Dao marks. This made Meng Qiuzhen very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiuzhen went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. Come to be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have Space Path Dao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the Fire Path Tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted, the stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone island sank, the edges reached deep into the water, the middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire Blessed Land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Chapter 2346. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a wisdom path killer move, but a large number of dream path mortal goo were used to imitate the power of dream path. It could affect dream realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Feng Yuan's dream realm methods. Feng Yuan had once used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight, but most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Feng Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Feng Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's dream path mortal goo was only a key. The true method was wisdom path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used wisdom path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous human path dream realm or the current heaven path dream realm, they both contained human will, human feelings, or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. Goo cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiuzhen, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiuzhen escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the blessed dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks. She observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiuzhen returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this chaotic will scatter dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the dream Dao that restricted her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have immortal goo and only used a large number of dream path mortal goo. He relied entirely on his terrifying wisdom path foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia who were trapped in the Heavenly Axioms dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiuzhen. But Chaotic Will Scattering Dream needed to be used continuously. If Fang Yuan interfered with her, star constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Fang Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give star constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The giant sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Fang Yuan's main focus was on star constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing giant sun's attacks, he could only try to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Fang Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan originally had reverse flow protection seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's lingering luck waste killer move was too annoying. He cancelled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Fang Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. Even his face was twitching. The tighter Fang Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by Obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Fang Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the Celestial Court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Fang Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal Goo and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Fang Yuan made such a huge concession, it was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger. He transmitted, "Fang Yuan, you are too humble, you are probably the strongest of the three venerables. Let's not talk about anything else, just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine." Fang Yuan quickly said, "This is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well as the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now, how can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits?" Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Fang Yuan is trying his best to persuade me, he is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence, these killer moves are very powerful, how can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Fang Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Immortal Killer Move, Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind. Fang Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain, 100 thick black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken, he suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected. The Chaotic Will Scattering Dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two venerables. Because Fang Yuan was covered in heavenly ghost concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured. He thought that it was the work of the two venerables. A new killer move. This aura, the core, is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, her eyes flickered with starlight. She wanted to see through Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him, she could not see through it. After using this move, Feng Yuan immediately became exhausted. He did not attack anymore. He looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use your shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 Dream Armor Immortal Gu to Meng Qiuzhen. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and goo worms involved. Feng Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Feng Yuan's main body. Even though Feng Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral Heaven had just formed, the Heavenly Wind Qi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions. It was easy for the 5 regions Gu Immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Feng Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked and worried. Some scolded Feng Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was successful, would have such a powerful blood path killer move, why would I be afraid of Feng Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, the suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit. He finally used his full strength. Luck Path Killer Move, all living beings of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling, it stood in the sky, it was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light, his arms and legs were spread out, he was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind, he screamed continuously, his expression was twisted and his veins were bulging, he seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Feng Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken. There were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power, even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light, his muscles bulged and his golden hair danced in the wind, his entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his gaze was so sharp that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned, Star Constellation, don't blame me, this move has a huge range, it covers the whole 5 regions, you cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks and blew, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything, the black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain, that layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked, Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Fang Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal. He found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Fang Yuan was also suppressed. He gradually realized something. This move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Fang Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range. It directly covered the 5 regions. This move had an even more profound effect. It affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. It was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web. His luck was not affected by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Luck Path defensive method was seen through by Giant Sun Immortal. It was useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Fang Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhen. After activating All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth, Giant Sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale. Together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind. After struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, Giant Sun Immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the main point was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice. Star Constellation, you have a good plan. You let Giant Sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my Dream Path clone with this method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Fang Yuan replied calmly, Star Constellation, you are more skillful. You predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Fang Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking. Especially his defensive methods. Even the 2 venerables could not see through them. But even after the 2 venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Fang Yuan revealing any more methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, Star Constellation's starry sky calculation formation is grand and profound. It is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. At the same time, Central Continent. Outside the starry sky calculation formation, Qi Si Ancestor slowly appeared. Rumble, Ichi Path Killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook. Qi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the starry sky calculation formation. This is Star Constellation Chessboard? Humph. This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of Star Constellation Chessboard. Not just that, Embroidered Tower might be helping it as well. Fang Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, the sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body? Wuxia Xianxia's heart sank. The other two immortals knew that something was amiss. They attacked even more fiercely. Spectral Heaven. The fight between the four venerables continued. Fang Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. But Fang Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings, world, self-centered was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that, when this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array. But she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the two Venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a Venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Fang Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the Venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Fang Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Fang Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Fang Yuan. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall. Its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star Constellation's Will was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Fang Yuan's three clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly, an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Wuxia Xianxia and the rest became alert. Oh no! Star Constellation's Will's expression changed. It turned out that be the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods. They were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pill jade was a great achievement in luck path. It was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pill jade entered star constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield. It absorbed and repelled Star Constellation's Will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star Constellation's Will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Fang Yuan's three clones were overjoyed. They immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later, with a loud sound, Fang Yuan's clones' vision changed. They returned to Central Continent's sky. A small part of Star Constellation chessboard was destroyed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will quickly stored it in embroidered tower. The surrounding mortal goo shook and were destroyed. All sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal goo in the formation core. Zhang Ji's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal goo in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core's formation core immortal goo were all complete, they were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not care about anything else, she could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? Within spectral heaven, star constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, I'll compensate you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again, calm down, stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, this move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone, its power has already dissipated, it has completely vanished. How will it develop, how will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily, even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless, they have already started to affect the world and all living beings, everything is changing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly, she was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move myriad changes, flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing, this move was truly out of the norm. It was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history, it was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow pill jade vanished, he relaxed as he thought, even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables, it is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently, thus, this move was not used on Fang Yuan, instead, it is helping Fang Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the starry sky calculation formation, Gu Immortal Zhang Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Fang Yuan's 3 clones had already grasped the weakness, they started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the starry sky calculation formation was perfect and flawless, Fang Yuan's 3 clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough, they created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Gu Immortal quickly rushed to Zhang Ji's side and started healing him. Zhang Ji was very dejected, he coughed out blood as he blamed himself, I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing, I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request, I actually lost the formation core. The healing Gu Immortal quickly consoled him, this is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, it is not your fault. Zhang Ji still had a look of disbelief on his face. This luck path killer move is truly strange, it can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core Immortal Gu. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise, the formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding Mortal Gu were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised, these 2 variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable, Fei Huang did the exact opposite, it gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core Immortal Gu. After a while of healing, Zhang Ji's injuries stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation were destroyed by Fang Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself, he felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Gu Immortal came to his side. This was a formation path grandmaster, the situation is urgent, I am here to repair the formation, I need your help. Zhang Ji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core Immortal Gu was destroyed, this Gu Immortal Formation Path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core Immortal Gu for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. The Immortal Aperture's regional wall shattered, while the two Dream Realm Immortal Apertures connected. They also started the bitter process of annexing each other. Wait a minute, this heavenly spirit seems different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. He found that the other party was very astute and had many methods. They were not inferior to Meng Qiuzhen. Don't tell me, profound literature grotto heaven. Qi tides moved and formed countless qi monsters that covered heaven and earth. It was a huge calamity. A large number of mortals lived in profound literature grotto heaven. Under the assault of the qi monsters, they turned into corpses. Damn it! We have to persevere. These qi monsters are endless. When will they end? Profound literature grotto heaven's Gu immortals resisted with all their strength. Old immortal Hua Yu even personally fought. They barely managed to maintain the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or heavenly tribulation, it was a Qi Path killer move that Qi Si Ancestor used to attack the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had a large number of formation cores. After the Immortal Gu in the formation cores were destroyed by Fang Yuan's 3 clones, the formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, Skeleton Grotto Heaven and so on. As long as these grotto heavens were destroyed, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would lose its foundation and vanish completely. If we had known this, why would we have tried so many ways to escape? Sigh, it is too late now. Now, we can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These grotto heaven Gu immortals felt regret to some extent. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Qi currents surged like a stampede of horses. Qi Si Ancestor gradually appeared in Skeleton Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton was deeply shocked, but before she could save him, many rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court also arrived in Skeleton Grotto Heaven with their immortal Gu houses. Without any delay, a huge battle erupted. Heaven and earth shook, Qi Si boiled, golden light shot out, jade water filled the sky, a large number of killer moves were activated. The aftershocks caused a huge number of casualties. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. Qi Si Ancestor accumulated his advantage and could finally use this move easily. With one move, heaven and earth shook. Several immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were heavily injured. One of them was destroyed on the spot. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were heavily injured and coughed out blood. Persevere. Qin Ding Ling shouted. Watch me. Che Wei was valiant, fighting attacks with attacks. Qi Si Ancestor was hit by his killer move. His injuries were not light. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Ju Revival. At the next moment, a large number of Qi Path immortal materials were expended. Qi Si Ancestor rapidly recovered. It will be much more difficult for him to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he tries to protect him, he might fall into danger if he is not careful. By then, we can target him instead. We can even create a chance to kill this heaven-refining demon venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as optimistic as Giant Sun Immortal. She replied, Fang Yuan will not put himself in danger just to protect Spectral Soul. The two venerables came to an agreement. They focused their attacks on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As expected, they did it. Fang Yuan immediately showed a difficult expression, but he was actually getting more excited in his heart. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought with the two venerables, with Fang Yuan's help, both sides would suffer heavy losses. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would most likely die. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with providence. He lost his rationality, he could not even use his immortal killer moves properly, he was at a huge disadvantage. But this way, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be greatly weakened. This was the best chance to get rid of the two venerables. As long as they did not escape back to their headquarters, after Fang Yuan used his full strength, he would be able to get rid of one of them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, while Giant Sun Immortal wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also plotting to get rid of these two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked by the two venerables, his injuries worsened, many of his thick black arms were cut off, he only had 200 or 300 of them left. Go! Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shot out a golden meteor. The meteor landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, smashing one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one was left. He was forced into a desperate situation, he was surrounded by danger, but Fang Yuan was still attacking at a steady pace. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, his body suddenly burned with an icy blue fire. But this fire was not hot at all, instead, it gave off an intense icy cold energy. The temperature of the air fell rapidly. Rank 9 Fire Goo could not sit still anymore, sensing that its host's life was in danger, it finally showed its might. It was a rank 9 Fire Goo after all. The 3 venerables retreated together, even Fang Yuan who had heavenly ghost concealment was the same. Fang Yuan could deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with his killer move, but he could not deceive rank 9 Fire Goo. After all, the latter was a goo worm, not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stopped moving, the blue fire on his body spread rapidly, forcing the 3 venerables to retreat. The fire spread to the surroundings of the Heaven Path Dream Realms, the size of the Heaven Path Dream Realms shrunk rapidly, they were about to be destroyed by the fire. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he thought, the legends of Renzu recorded that the Dream Realms are countered by fire goo, it seems that it is true. He felt great regret. His Heaven Path attainment level had already risen from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster in the fight between the venerables. Furthermore, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster realm, he had deep accumulations in this level. If Fang Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream Realms here, he might even advance to Supreme Grandmaster. Even if he did not, there was still a high chance of him becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, after being burned by fire goo, more than half of the remaining Heaven Path Dream Realms were destroyed. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to activate Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chapter 2354. Damn you, Fang Yuan. At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan's move was ingenious. He brought Meng Qiuzhen to Central Continent, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable into a dilemma. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to fight with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan would take the chance to open his immortal aperture and keep Meng Qiuzhen inside, before wreaking havoc in Central Continent. In Central Continent's battlefield, Celestial Court side was already in danger, the Starry Sky calculation formation was broken, 80% of it was destroyed. Divine Emperor City was attacked by Shenshang and Lu Wei-yin, they could not even maintain their human path killer moves anymore. In this situation, if Fang Yuan's main body made a move, he would definitely cause an unimaginable massacre in Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. In an instant, star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was the #1 person in Wisdom Path, made a decision. She sighed as she said to Giant Sun Immortal, Fang Yuan is extremely crafty, he wants to use this method to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's life. We cannot fall for it. I will chase after him, I will not give him any chance to keep the Dream Path clone in his aperture. Giant Sun, I hope that you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal knew clearly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this was Fang Yuan's scheme, but she still fell for it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to make things difficult for Fang Yuan, but she wanted to protect Central Continent. But Giant Sun Immortal did not mind. If it were him, he would also protect the Huang Jin bloodline of Northern Plains and fall for it. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal nodded and said firmly, in today's battle, between Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan, one of them will die. Giant Sun Immortal's cooperation made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. At the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal still had a clear mind and made a wise decision. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately accelerated and chased after Fang Yuan. Within the Starry Sky calculation formation's formation space, the Demon Judgment Board retreated. On the Devil Judgment Board, Guiyue Fangzheng and Red Heart Traveler were both sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and they revealed a hint of panic as they concentrated. At this moment, the former and current Demon Judgment Board lords had joined hands. But they were all at a disadvantage. What was forcing the Demon Judgment Board to retreat again and again? Be careful, he's approaching again. Scarlet Heart Traveler, who was mainly responsible for controlling the Demon Judgment Board, suddenly warned. Jean Budu's cloak fluttered behind him as he flew. When he activated the incomplete freedom transformation, he was a genuine beast in human form. Even the Demon Judgment Board found it hard to withstand one of his attacks. When Guiyue Fangzheng received Red Heart Traveler's reminder, he immediately quivered and anxiously shouted, then again. In the next moment, the Demon Judgment Board exploded with a bloody light. The bloody light was like a tide, instantly spreading thousands of steps. The scarlet blood light was mixed with endless coldness. If Jean Budu wanted to get close to the Demon Judgment Board, he would have to charge into the bloody light. Unavoidably, his movements slowed down abruptly. This move again. Jean Budu could not help but have a strange expression. He had already been obstructed by this blood path killer move 3 times in a row. Demon Judgment Board took advantage of the fact that Jean Budu's speed was falling to pull open a safe distance again. And the one who did this was Guiyue Fangzheng. Red Heart Traveler looked at Guiyue Fangzheng with a gratified expression, showing clear admiration. Jun Shenguang had incredible speed, he attacked again and attacked Qi Si Ancestor, but was blocked by Qi Si Ancestor's defensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Orchid Breath. Qi Si Ancestor's injuries recovered rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers. This was a killer move from Primordial Origin's True Inheritance, it was modified by Qi Si Ancestor, its activation speed was more than twice as fast. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, Duke Tong, 9 Spiritual Fairy, and the rest who were about to counterattack were all stunned, they fell from the sky. In the chaotic battle, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Baizang Shui, and Uncle Feng quietly occupied the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west, surrounding Qi Si Ancestor. Immortal Killer Move, Earth, Water, Wood, Fire, 4 Elements Deviation Formation. This was not an ordinary killer move, it was an ancient battle formation. This formation needed to be formed by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, one more or one less was not allowed. Not just that, these 4 Gu immortals also cultivated Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and Fire Path. After the killer move was activated, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Baizang Shui, and Uncle Feng were covered in armor, green, red, black, and yellow, their bodies were shining with bright light. The 4-colored light spread rapidly, becoming one, it was turning into a battlefield killer move. Qi Si Ancestor's expression changed slightly, he showed a look of praise. This move was innovative, it had already touched upon another level. Not only was it an ancient battle formation, it was also a battlefield killer move. We are going to trap him. Don't relax. Success or failure depends on this. The Celestial Court Immortals were excited. Qi Si Ancestor laughed heartily, it is a good move. Just as he said that, a figure descended from the sky. The Immortals' expressions changed when they saw this. Chapter 2356. Success. We succeeded. Prince's Impatience shouted, his pale face was filled with excitement. We did not fail you. Wan Zihong's eyes drooped, her aura was almost non-existent, she had never been so weak before. The so-called 4 phases deviation formation was just a decoy, its main purpose was to deceive others, the true purpose was to create an environment to create Lin Jianqing's sword qi. Prince's Impatience, Wan Zihong, and the rest had died at Lin Jianqing's hands not long ago. After they revived, they apologized to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with heavy hearts, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rewarded them instead. She told them that this was all part of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. As it turned out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path person in history. During the fight between the 3 venerables, she used all sorts of clues to deduce that Lin Jianqing was an otherworldly demon, and his battle strength had reached pseudo-venerable level. Lin Jianqing was in closed cultivation, he had been concealing his strength, nobody knew about his secret. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced it, she did not reveal it. Next, she sent 5 Gu Immortals of Celestial Court to attack Lin Jianqing. The goal was to use Phantom Path methods to steal the power of Lin Jianqing's killer move. Everyone knew that the immortal apertures of Celestial Court's members were phantom apertures. When the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were injured in the battle with Lin Jianqing, sword path Dao marks were engraved on their bodies. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's modified Phantom Path methods could contain these sword path Dao marks in the phantom aperture, and after the Celestial Court's members died, they could be secretly retrieved. After retrieving the sword path Dao marks, through a series of methods, Lin Jianqing's methods could be reconstructed. After Qi Si Ancestor was hit by this move, he panicked and was attacked by Star Constellation's will, he could not defend in time and was sealed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the truth, only after the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals revived did she tell them the true plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable apologized to them. The Celestial Court's 4 immortals said they did not dare to accept it, they only felt immense joy in their hearts, they had no resentment. They were loyal to the Celestial Court, they also understood that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment was reasonable. Only in a situation where they were unaware could they maintain such secrecy. That was why he was able to reveal his true feelings in the intense battle with Lin Jianqing without any flaws. But why do you have to do everything you can to obtain Lin Jianqing's methods? Wan Zihong had raised this question at the time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not tell him, she only told him to follow her arrangements. Now that Qi Si Ancestor was sealed, Prince's Impatience and Wan Zihong finally understood Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking effort. The key factor was Lin Jianqing's power. Firstly, he was a pseudo-venerable. Even though his main body was not as strong as Qi Si Ancestor, the sword Qi methods that the Celestial Court restored were amplified many times. Their power far surpassed the limits of Lin Jianqing's current abilities. Secondly, Lin Jianqing's core immortal Gu was sword Qi Gu. Even though sword Qi was filled with sword path Dao marks, it also had dense Qi path Dao marks. Precisely because of this, he could target Qi Si Ancestor who cultivated Qi path. Finally, Lin Jianqing's sword Qi attack was too sudden. Qi Si Ancestor was caught unprepared. Qi Si Ancestor is finally sealed. But Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent so much effort to capture Qi Si Ancestor alive. The three venerables faced off. Under the situation of spectral soul palm heaven, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan only had one choice, that was to continue fighting and wait for an opportunity to suppress them, while at the same time developing their own strength and starting an arms race. But for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a better choice. That was to revive other venerables. In the history of Celestial Court, there had been 3 generations of immortal kings, including Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It could be said that it had nurtured 4 venerables. But now, out of the 11 venerables, 4 came from Celestial Court. This was a huge number. Because other than them, there were no other super forces that had nurtured venerables. Celestial Court was the number 1 and also the only super force. As long as they could revive a venerable, Celestial Court would have a huge advantage. Red Lotus could not be considered for now. Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus were both good choices for reviving. According to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's investigation, Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus both had 2 revival paths, but they were hidden very deeply. Genesis Lotus Self-Portrait and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable Celestial Court Secret Treasury needed time to find clues. It would be troublesome if they delayed. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had another way to revive. That was the Qi Harvest Fruit. Celestial Court's Qi Harvest Fruit created Qi Si Ancestor. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to imprison Qi Si and force Primordial Origin's revival to continue. This way, killing Qi Si Ancestor would not work. She could only capture him alive and preserve the Qi Harvest Fruit. It was very difficult to capture a pseudo-venerable alive. Against a venerable, Qi Si Ancestor could even resist 1 or 2 moves. He was not completely defenseless. This was because he had the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Hu Land, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lacked the rank 9 Immortal Gu of Wisdom Path and Star Path. Moreover, Fang Yuan had a lot of experience. He had a crafty and sinister nature. He paid attention to the safety of his clones. He kept them in his immortal aperture and rarely sent them out. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally made a move, it would be too grand. She would be obstructed by Fang Yuan before she could make a move. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned this from the start. Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. It was a clear disadvantage, but it was an advantage if she used it well. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. One reason was to calculate and increase the cultivation efficiency of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Another reason was to use it as bait to conceal her methods and deal with Qi Si Ancestor. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Lin Jianqing's strength to obtain a crucial method to deal with Qi Si Ancestor. At the same time, she also left a flaw that was neither big nor small, to show weakness. All these preparations were not enough. Heaven Path Dream Realm. This was a fortuitous encounter for Fang Yuan, but for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was it not a fortuitous encounter as well? As long as she used the enemy's fortuitous encounter properly, it could be her own fortuitous encounter. Fang Yuan will definitely come. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable discovered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, she understood Fang Yuan's intentions. She could not do anything about the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Feng Kim Hong had not matured yet, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm as bait. The truth was, even if Feng Kim Hong matured, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be hesitant to use her. Qi Si Ancestor could not move. The thoughts in his mind were suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. But the will left in Qi Si Ancestor's mind was still resisting stubbornly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you schemed well. After being imprisoned for a period of time, Qi Si Ancestor had already thought things through. Lin Jianqing's sword Qi Killer move was very effective against him. At first glance, it was because the sword Qi was concealed and had Qi Path Dao marks. Qi Si Ancestor could not sense it when he activated the Qi currents. But after analyzing it from a deeper level, Qi Si Ancestor was sure that the culprit was sword Path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sensed Qi Si Ancestor's thoughts and said, "You are right, Lin Jianqing is different from others, he is an otherworldly demon. And all otherworldly demons carry otherworldly Dao marks with them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable carried otherworldly space path Dao marks. That was why the Thieving Heaven true inheritance space he created could stop the Venerables of the future." Inside Crazed Demon Cave, a chaotic hole had once appeared. Thieving Heaven used the otherworldly space path Dao marks as the main force to seal it. Qi Si Ancestor understood. It seems that Lin Jianqing has otherworldly sword path Dao marks on him. This move is likely to be effective against Venerables. Isn't it too wasteful to use it against my clone? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately revealed the truth behind the Qi Harvest Fruit and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. Qi Si's will shook intensely. So that's it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you had a plan long ago. Setting up the Starry Sky Computation Formation was a trap. Next, you used Heaven Path Dream Realms to lure me into attacking the Starry Sky Computation Formation. You were right after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said, as a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, I naturally have a deep understanding of Fang Yuan's nature. Moreover, you are his most capable clone. There is a high chance that he sent you to attack the Starry Sky Computation Formation. Qi Si's will sneered, in that case, you spent so much effort to capture me alive and bring me to Celestial Court. Did you deduce my main body's actions? Your Zhongzhou state is going to be finished. Ha ha ha. What a pity, if you refined all of Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks, you might be able to resist my main body. What a pity, what a pity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone turned gloomy. My celestial court is the leader of the righteous path. It has been over 3 million years since we were established. Since ancient times until now, countless celestial court Gu immortals have sacrificed their lives to protect the righteous path and humanity. Right now, many venerables are confronting each other. It is chaotic. It is even more severe and terrifying than the immemorial antiquity era when variant humans ruled the world. Venerables are not easy to deceive. It is normal for him to see through us. Even though Fang Yuan does not have evidence, he might not be sure himself, but he purposely released this news to attract Giant Sun Immortals Alliance. But it is fine, I will stay in Celestial Court and not go out. Even if Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and Spectral Soul work together, they will not be able to obstruct the plan to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. As long as we do not waver and stay here, Fang Yuan and the rest will not be able to do anything. The immortals heard this and their eyes shined. They praised Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's unparalleled wisdom. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly experienced. Even if there were Fang Yuan spies among the immortals, she did not intend to investigate them. Investigate what? The morale of the people was low now. When Fang Yuan massacred Central Continent, the morale would be even higher. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not wait to deal with the morale of the people. There was no need to panic. Furthermore, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not afraid of any spies. Even if Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, and Spectral Soul attacked together, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confident in protecting Celestial Court. This was the benefit of having the support of the main base. No matter how many people Fang Yuan slaughtered, no matter how pitiful Central Continent was, as long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived Primordial Origin, it would be a huge victory. Just like earlier, no matter how pathetic Fang Yuan was against Giant Sun and Star Constellation Alliance, as long as he succeeded in exploring the Dream Realm, he would be the true victor. In fact, back in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already made preparations to revive Primordial Origin. During the contest for Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had purposely gathered Chi Path and Wood Path. Thus, once Primordial Origin was revived, he would be able to absorb Chi Path. Even if he did not reach Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, he would be close. What Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried about were immortal goo. Even if Primordial Origin revived, without suitable immortal goo, he could not display his full strength. This was like the current Star Constellation, Giant Sun, and the rest. They did not have suitable rank 9 immortal goo. They also had brand new rank 9 immortal apertures. They were far from their peak state in the previous life. Right now, Heaven Chi and Earth Chi immortal goo are in Chi Sea. There is also the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Hu Land. Together with the human Chi immortal goo and others that were left in Celestial Court, Master already has half of his Chi Path goo worms. It is a huge pity that he does not have rank 9 Chi Path immortal goo. But what if he has them in Primordial Origin's secret treasury? Chapter 2358. Profound Jade Snake Cave was a famous super resource point in Central Continent. It belonged to one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heaven's Envy Manor. Profound Jade Snake Cave's yearly production of resources was among the top 5 in Central Continent. There were many types of resources, including Enslavement Path, Transformation Path, Earth Path, Dark Path, Space Path, and Poison Path. Profound Jade Snake Cave had a vast number of poisonous creatures. Profound Jade Snakes were the overlords among them. They specialized in dealing with poisonous creatures. Every Profound Jade Snake was an immemorial desolate beast. They were born from jade and had no scales. They were light green like jade and emitted a pure fragrance. The most precious creature in Profound Jade Snake Cave was the Profound Jade Snake. It was not easy to find one. Not only because the Profound Jade Snake was small and quiet, but also because Profound Jade Snake Cave's terrain was complex. There were countless caves, and because it contained space path Dao marks, there were often large caves inside small caves that were layered together. Even though Heaven's Envy Manor had this super resource point and set up an immortal formation, they did not have complete control over it. Every year, to capture the Profound Jade Snakes, Heaven's Envy Manor had to send many goo immortal experts into Profound Jade Snake Cave to explore. But for Fang Yuan now, it was not so troublesome. Rise. After preparing for a while, Fang Yuan activated his killer move. At the next moment, the ground shook. The entire Profound Jade Snake Cave rose into the sky from the rumbling dust. Under Fang Yuan's method, it shrunk and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. This was Fang Yuan's 11th super resource point. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if you don't hand over my clone, I will take all of Central Continent's major resource points. Fang Yuan did not forget to threaten her. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move. She was clearly determined to defend Celestial Court and revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. She would not be shaken by the outside world. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he continued to attack. He arrived at the source of falling heavenly river. This river fell from the sky, the endless river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling of the water flow was like thunder. A huge amount of water vapor was produced, forming a thick fog that shrouded the surroundings. This river was formed because Bo Qing was trying to break through to the ninth transformation realm. Not only had the falling heavenly river created an inland ocean, but the river water had also opened up a path, forming the longest river that traversed the central continent. It slanted across the entire Jianghu state and eventually flowed out of the eastern part of the Jianghu state toward the East Sea. Even with the merging of the two heavens, it only slightly weakened the scale of the falling heavenly river. It was still vast and majestic, a magnificent sight to behold. After collecting the mysterious Jade Snake Cave, Fang Yuan arrived at the source of the falling heavens river. "I'll take it." Fang Yuan made his move. After a short while, the size of the falling heavenly river had shrunk by 60%. This 60% of falling heavenly river was kept into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan. If the water level of the inland ocean at the source of the falling heavenly river dropped by several thousand feet, the water level of the middle and lower reaches of the falling heavenly river would definitely plummet, exposing the riverbed. This would negatively affect the vegetation, crops, temperature, and the lives of mortals around the river. Fang Yuan quickly left the falling heavenly river and arrived at the Spirit Marsh Spring. This was a super resource point controlled by Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect had once sent Yang Feng to guard this place, but Sleeping Old Man succeeded. But now, Yang Feng had already entered Central Continent's Celestial Court with a large group of Ancient Soul Sect's people. Fang Yuan easily broke the Immortal formation and took away the Spirit Marsh Spring. After the Spirit Marsh Spring was the Pot River. This river was like a long jade belt, it was carved in the eastern part of Central Continent. The willows were green by the riverside, the wind was warm. The water of the Pot River always flowed gently like a beautiful song. The melody was gentle and melodious. There were many pot grasses growing in the river. Wind Cloud Manor controlled the Pot River and held a Pot River ceremony every year. But not long after, Fang Yuan moved the entire Pot River into his immortal aperture. Even if there was a Pot River ceremony in the future, it could only be held in the sovereign immortal aperture. After the Pot River ceremony was Hidden Dragon Cave. Hidden Dragon Cave had once imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongsheng. There were a large number of enslavement path and rule path Dao marks here, as well as the remnant immortal formation that the Celestial Court had set up. It had great reference value for most formation path Gu immortals. After Hidden Dragon Cave entered the sovereign immortal aperture, it was Lake Heart Mountain's turn. This was the headquarters of Spirit Affinity House. To be chosen by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent as their base, it was naturally a place of great talents. Lake Heart Mountain itself was a super resource point. It not only contained Secret Inheritance Peak, Mini Frost Peak, Passion Peak, Fierce Flame Peak, Heavenly Flower Peak, and other peaks. It also had Fairy Life Tablet Rooms, Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formations, and other facilities. Of course, the Life Tablet Gu and the Fairy Life Tablet Rooms were taken away, and the Immortal Gu and the Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formation were also taken away. But most of these facilities were still intact, they could be used after some repairs. Soon, Lake Heart Mountain became a scene in the sovereign immortal aperture. After Lake Heart Mountain was Mountain Tortoise Valley, then Prison Valley, Red River Beach, 100 Knot Forest, Phosphorescence River, Earth Chi Stone Forest, Quiet Rain Valley. Fang Yuan plundered wantonly without any restraints. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had retreated, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable guarded the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had no resistance. His efficiency in plundering was extremely high. If someone like Giant Sun Immortal wanted to relocate these resource points, they could only use luck path or blood path methods to imitate other paths and relocate them painstakingly. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, he could use all sorts of methods. For moving caves, earth path was naturally the most suitable method. For plundering forests, wood path was naturally the most suitable method. And more importantly, Fang Yuan had many immortal gu, he had a huge reserve of them. Not mentioning rank 9 immortal gu, rank 8 immortal gu were as easy to refine as drinking water. Resource points after resource points were taken by him, the essence of Central Continent was being plundered greedily by him, he did not show any signs of satiation. There were still some resource points that Fang Yuan could not obtain for the time being. For example, Sorrowful Wind mountain range was too huge, Fang Yuan could not move the entire mountain range in a short period of time. He could move 1 or 2 mountains very quickly, but the mountain range spanned across the continent, it was not something that 1 or 2 mountains could compare to. Another example was Hairy Foot Mountain. Hairy Foot Mountain once had infallible blessed land, Fang Yuan was the first to go there, but it was destroyed by the Celestial Court. There was also Reincarnation Battlefield. This was a battlefield killer move that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally set up, it left its name in history, it was publicly recognized as the #1 battlefield killer move in history. Fang Yuan inspected it for a while before leaving. It was not that he could not take it, he just needed to inspect it and deduce it. This consumed a lot of time and energy, and the exact amount of time was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan was very experienced in plundering, he moved very efficiently. He left 40% of Falling Heavenly River behind, not because he was willing to, but because he had to expend a lot of time and energy. Rather than wasting it here, he might as well plunder other places. Central Continent fell into an unprecedented turmoil. Even during the Fate War, it was not this chaotic and turbulent. During the Fate War, it was mainly a battle between Gu Immortals, the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had to abide by their rules. But now, the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals had retreated, they guarded the Celestial Court to the death, Central Continent had become a defenseless place. Fang Yuan did not conceal his plundering and relocation of resource points, every time he did it, it would cause a huge commotion, everyone's hearts were moved. Venerables eat the meat, we can drink the soup, right? Even if it is just a mouthful of soup, it will be enough for us to drink. This is Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals have all left. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's too rare. The 5 regional walls no longer existed, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions started to move. Next were Central Continent's few demonic path Gu Immortals, lone immortals, and finally Central Continent's righteous path Gu Immortals. Central Continent's righteous path did not just consist of the 10 great ancient sects, there were also many super forces like Great Heavenly Sword Sect, Lightning Information Sect, Evil Expelling Sect, and others. Of course, these righteous path forces acted in the name of protecting Central Continent and helping the Celestial Court. These people naturally did not dare to appear in front of Fang Yuan, but Central Continent was huge, there were many resource points. Many resource points were not important to Fang Yuan, or were placed at the back of the plundering plan. These places were the stage for the Gu Immortals. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was also in chaos. The Gu Immortals were extremely busy. There had never been such a large scale of resource points being moved in. This was simply like a surging tide, it was endless. Most importantly, super resource points were everywhere, they occupied the majority, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals were extremely shocked. Master is mighty. He plundered the whole of Central Continent. This is the might of a venerable, this is Lord Fang Yuan. Very good, now that Lord Qi Si has been taken by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives successfully, his gains will be a barren Central Continent. The first ring of Wind Vein has been completed. The second ring of Light Vein has been completed. The first ring of Dark Path has been completed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very different from the outside world of the 5 regions. All sorts of Dao veins were rapidly built, metal path, light path, dark path, poison path, rule path, enslavement path, transformation path. The Gu immortals worked through the night. After squeezing out all their energy, they continued to move towards the Liver Life Immortal Hall. Often, people would burn their liver to the limit, but it was not a problem. Many healing halls had been built in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At once, many Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were like Uz, they had saltwater livers. A person would not get rich without a windfall, a horse would not get fat without grass at night. Fang Yuan's no-cost business allowed his Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development to reach an unprecedented efficiency. Central Continent was a land of war, but it was also a land with abundant resources. It was second only to Eastern Sea in the 5 regions. Eastern Sea had many water path resources, but Central Continent's resources were plentiful and comprehensive, they were not biased. Central Continent had been developed by the Celestial Court for over 3 million years, its development had reached the limit, almost every immortal level resource point was taken. These became Fang Yuan's targets for plundering. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, many Dao veins were constructed in one go. This was a great help in stabilizing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Thus, even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture annexed so many resource points, because of the completion of the Dao veins, it was more stable than before. With this foundation, Fang Yuan started to collect the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies. He also started to annex blessed lands everywhere. He had always kept the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies, he finally stopped concealing it, he started to absorb it all. There were many blessed lands all over Zhongzhou state. For example, flowing silver blessed land that was exposed due to the qi tides, or Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land that Fang Yuan gave up after obtaining them. At the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not try to expand her gains, she was also not affected by the reputation of the Celestial Court, she even bore the huge pressure of sacrificing and abandoning Central Continent's people, she made the correct choice. Luck Inspection. Giant Sun Immortal was unwilling to give up, he used his luck inspection method again. The result of the inspection disappointed him. The luck of the Celestial Court surpassed everyone else, it was even showing signs of increasing. Be it Giant Sun Immortal, Fang Yuan, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, their luck was suppressed by the Celestial Court. Other than that, Giant Sun Immortal did not see any huge changes that could affect the current situation. Giant Sun Immortal, what are you hesitating for? Fang Yuan urged again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, Fang Yuan, we have lost this battle, accept this reality. We will have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the Celestial Court. Even if we fight our way into the Celestial Court, even if we cooperate without any ill feelings or guard against each other, can we be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, we won't be able to do it. On the contrary, if we attack rashly, we will fall into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trap, our strength will fall greatly. In my opinion, it's better to keep a useful body for the future. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he was displeased, you have not worked hard enough, how can I accept this reality? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path, she could scheme against us so easily. In the future, with Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it will be even easier. What is the way to deal with Wisdom Path Gu Immortals? That is to eliminate them immediately. We cannot give Wisdom Path Gu Immortals time to make arrangements. Right now, our situation is the best proof. Giant Sun Immortal asked, then, Fang Yuan, what do you think we should do now? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, plundering Central Continent and slaughtering all living beings, I don't believe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can sit still. Even if she can, when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, there will only be a barren land. Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. This action was too cruel and demonic, it was not in line with his nature. Giant Sun Immortal had his reservations. If he did this, what if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable retaliated and slaughtered the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains? What could he do? Giant Sun Immortal had another thought. Fang Yuan is trying to lure me to stand on his side. If I participate in slaughtering Central Continent's living beings, there will be no way to resolve the conflict with the Celestial Court. My demonic path identity will be sealed. Without resolving the conflict, there would be no room to maneuver. In the future, the pressure of the two venerables would be on Giant Sun Immortal's shoulders. And he was not as cold and ruthless as Fang Yuan. He could not ignore the safety of his subordinates. I have my headquarters in Longevity Heaven. Even if the three venerables of the Celestial Court revive, I can defend my foundation. This is my bargaining chip. But Fang Yuan is all alone, he doesn't have a base. This is very disadvantageous to him. That is why he wants to drag me down with him. But if I do not participate in this, the Celestial Court will definitely target Fang Yuan in the future. I will have more time to cultivate. Everything is not set in stone yet. Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. But Giant Sun Immortal did not completely offend Fang Yuan. He said, I cannot bear to slaughter so many living beings. I advise you not to do it yourself, it is more suitable for someone else to do it. I will give him to you now. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could suppress Qi Si Ancestor's immortal goo, it was only natural that she obtained Hu Land. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, even if Master did not leave any rank 9 immortal goo in Primordial Origin's secret treasury, he can use his Qi Path abilities. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied, but she did not forget to inspect these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was vigilant, but she was also extremely vigilant. Even in the Celestial Court, she did not have any carelessness. After using all her methods to inspect over 100 times, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable confirmed that these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth had no problems. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed these spoils of war into the immortal formation to suppress them. This was the final precaution. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable after all. He might have some methods that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through. But if these spoils of war were suppressed in the immortal formation, even if Fang Yuan's methods were activated, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would sense it immediately and have enough time to counterattack. Even if I cannot see through Fang Yuan's methods, they are definitely not powerful and can be suppressed by the immortal formation alone. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very confident in this aspect. She had even transacted immortal goo with Fang Yuan indirectly through He Feng Yang. Was she not afraid that Fang Yuan would tamper with the immortal goo? Of course she had such concerns. But this concern was small. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confident that she could see through Fang Yuan's tricks. If it were any other venerable, like Giant Sun Immortal, they would also have such confidence. This was not baseless confidence. Refinement path was simply too widespread. The advantage was that refinement path was developed too well. Many refinement path goo worms had the qualifications to advance to rank 9. But the disadvantage was that everyone knew refinement path and understood refinement path. Celestial Court had been operating for over 3 million years. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path venerable. How could she not know the refinement method of fake goo? In the mortal goo master world, such fakes were common. If Fang Yuan directly created fake goo, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know refinement path, she would be able to see through it. Of course, if Fang Yuan was given enough time to develop, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to take the risk in this aspect. She would be extremely vigilant towards the immortal goo that Fang Yuan had. After Qi Si Ancestor's immortal goo and Hu Land were taken out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out some resource points from Qi Si's immortal aperture. The Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks that she refined were of great help to her. Soon, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found out the reason. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind many methods in the Celestial Court, most of them were related to revival. For example, the primordial Qi Wall. Master's plan should be to perfectly use the Qi harvest fruit produced by the Qi tides to revive himself. The Qi path methods set up in the Celestial Court are the backup. When the Qi harvest fruit is slightly lacking, these Qi path methods will be used to replenish the Qi harvest fruit. However, because of the previous battles, these Qi path methods were greatly damaged, causing the current Qi harvest fruit's growth to be lacking. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know how to make these Qi path methods return to their original state. But after thinking for a while, she thought of an ingenious way to avoid it. After all, the ultimate goal of these Qi path methods was to provide the Qi harvest fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately ordered for all the Qi path immortal materials in the Celestial Court's treasury to be deduced. Not long after, she obtained a Qi path immortal formation with a pale expression and sweat all over her body. The foundation of a Qi path immortal formation was Primordial Origin's Qi path methods. The immortal formation was soon completed under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's personal arrangements. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed a large number of Qi path immortal materials into the immortal formation. The immortal formation activated. The Qi path immortal formation was crushed. It was first turned back into Qi currents before being compressed into one stream that was injected into the channel of Primordial Origin's Qi path reverse-filling Qi harvest fruit. With this help, the Qi harvest fruit grew rapidly again. However, good times did not last. The Qi path immortal materials in the Celestial Court were expended too quickly. They were about to run out soon. Chapter 2361. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression dimmed slightly when she saw that she did not have enough Qi path immortal materials. Celestial Court's foundation was also going to be depleted one day. In fact, she had already used up almost all of Celestial Court Star Path True Inheritances when she set up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation and nurtured the immemorial Star Beasts. Recently, Celestial Court's members had been reviving frequently. The remaining immortal graveyard was only left with 1 to 2 acres of land. It could no longer support the revival of any Gu immortals. Celestial Court had been operating for over 3 million years. It had an extremely deep foundation, but after many battles, it suffered heavy losses. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escaped Celestial Court, he turned the entire immortal treasury upside down. Afterwards, Celestial Court had no choice but to open the treasury. It even secretly took out the 10 great ancient sects' treasuries. After persisting until now, Celestial Court's foundation was becoming more and more depleted. Of course, the main reason for this was because of the huge expenditure of immortal materials. In Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's original plan, the Qi harvest fruit's growth was mainly to absorb Qi tides. The Qi path methods he set up were only a backup to prevent any accidents and make it perfect. Qi tides were the main contributor to the Qi harvest fruit. But now that the Qi tides were gone, the Qi path methods were also damaged. Qi path immortal materials became the main source of income. Evidently, the more Qi path immortal materials were consumed, the larger the Qi harvest fruit, the stronger the revived Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would be. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to deduce again. She used her full strength again. Thoughts collided in her mind countless times, to the point where she was having a headache. She deduced a killer move again. After some testing, the killer move was slightly modified. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's aura was unstable. Her expression was pale as she opened her immortal aperture's entrance. Before the other Venerables could react, she activated her killer move. Celestial Court's entrance was shrouded in a layer of profound light. It started to absorb the outside world's heaven and earth chi. Heaven and earth chi were huge, they surged endlessly, passing through the profound light of the entrance and entering the immortal formation. Heaven and earth chi relied on quantity to win. With such an abundant supply, the chi harvest fruit no longer had to worry. Celestial Court's immortals were shocked. They discussed among themselves. Why did Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly open Celestial Court's entrance? This is a good thing. The stronger the chi harvest fruit, the stronger Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's chi path foundation will be when he revives. What if Fang Yuan takes the opportunity to attack? Ha ha ha, when he tried to fight before, he was no match for my Lord Star Constellation's divine might. Do you still dare to come? As expected, Fang Yuan did not come. Not just that, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not attracted here either. He wreaked havoc in Zhongzhou State, slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings. His injuries recovered greatly. The soul mist surged violently. Wherever it went, the green mountains turned into stone mountains, the plants withered, and the corpses of wild beasts littered the ground. The soul howled and raised huge waves on the surface of the river. After the waves subsided, the surface of the water was densely packed with the corpses of fishes, prawns, turtles, snakes and so on. A vast number of souls were devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was like a huge black hole that slaughtered. The injuries on his body healed rapidly, his body grew again. During this process, a wild immortal goo appeared in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Kill. This commotion attracted Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal's attention. At once, the three Venerables had different expressions. They all knew of a secret of the past. In the past, Spectral Soul wanted to create Killing Path, but after devouring Black Heavenly Spirit, he failed and created Soul Path instead. But who could have thought that when he was in a daze, he would show signs of creating Killing Path? Immortal Goo Kill was clearly the core immortal goo of Killing Path. It was not formed so easily. This was the Heavenly Tao refining goo. And most importantly, it was formed in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. This meant that even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a daze, he was getting closer to creating Killing Path. Killing Path is showing signs of being created. Giant Sun Immortal had already flown back to Northern Plains. He immediately ordered the Huang Jin tribe's Goo Immortals who were going to Central Continent not to get close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They were also not to go after the super resource points, in case they encountered Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal did not go to Central Continent's resource points personally, but he did not give up. He sent his bloodline descendants. This way, even if the Celestial Court pursued the matter in the future, Giant Sun Immortal would still have a chance to salvage the situation. Giant Sun, if you cooperate with me, I am willing to split the Central Continent resource points that I obtain with you. Fang Yuan was still transmitting. He did not give up on convincing Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's tone of rejection became even more resolute. On one hand, he felt that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not reveal any flaws. This battle was already decided. It was not worth it to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On the other hand, he knew his own difficulties. Firstly, his eldest son, Emperor Light, was captured and taken away by Yu Tianguang in Longevity Heaven. He needed to find his eldest son. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal had used the Luck Path Killer move all living beings of the world twice. This move had a huge flaw. It would weaken Giant Sun Immortal for a period of time. Giant Sun Immortal needed to conceal himself and get through this period of weakness. If this flaw was exposed, the value of the killer move all living beings of the world would fall sharply in the future. Celestial Court. The Chi harvest fruit continued to grow. A huge amount of heaven and earth Chi, countless Chi path immortal materials, primordial Chi wall, and other methods were converted into Chi path Dao marks and added to the Chi harvest fruit. At the center of this chi harvest fruit was a human-shaped fruit core. As time passed, the fruit core's appearance became clearer, it looked more and more like a human. In her free time, she thought about the names of human path killer moves to relax. Star Constellation busied herself for 3 days, thinking about the names of human path killer moves, before finally getting some results. But she did not know at that time that she would no longer have the chance to tell Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable about this name. When she finally managed to free herself from the complicated affairs and went to visit Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, she saw Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lying quietly on his bed. His eyes were closed, he had a calm expression, but there was a hint of a smile on his lips. This leader of humanity, the first-generation immortal king of the Celestial Court, the legend who single-handedly raised the banner of humanity's counterattack and forced the variant humans of the world to retreat in defeat, was gone. He left calmly. He left calmly. He left with peace of mind. The main reason why he could be at ease was because of his disciple. The moment Star Constellation saw Primordial Origin, she understood. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's injuries were very severe, he was only hiding it. He was considering the big picture. After all, even though the variant humans retreated from Central Continent, they were still rampant in the other 4 regions. Even in Central Continent, many variant human forces were holed up in their blessed lands and grotto heavens, it was hard to find them. He knew that his injuries were incurable, he used the last bit of his strength to create a human path killer move, to protect the future development of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation stood in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's bed, she was silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke in a hoarse voice, "Master, I thought of the name of this human path killer move. It is very suitable for this situation, it is called Above the Bed." The killer move above the bed could use the immortal aperture that the Gu Immortal contributed to the Celestial Court to form a bed, it could avoid the Gu Immortal's calamities and tribulations, it could also greatly extend their lifespan. At that time, this was the best lifespan extension method other than lifespan Gu. After that, Star Constellation created a human path killer move based on this move, it was called Other Person's Deep Sleep. The killer move Other Person's Deep Sleep could allow the members of the Celestial Court who had the effect of above the bed to fall into a deep sleep, reducing their life force and even the flow of time to a minimum. At the same time, the Gu Immortals could be extracted and transformed into human nature, it could be used to help Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resist Providence after she fused with the Tao. In the final moments of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's life, even though he was lying on his bed, he was still thinking about the Celestial Court and humanity. Thus, Feng Yuan thought of sacrificing Qi Si Ancestor to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable walk on the path of the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival. Even if Qi Si Ancestor was his clone, so what? For the sake of eternal life, what could he not sacrifice? How could Feng Yuan be willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good? Purposely sending Qi Si Ancestor to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable as bait, this plan had a high possibility of success. But he lacked an opportunity. Feng Yuan could not sacrifice himself openly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path, Feng Yuan had experienced her many times in the past, many of his plans were seen through by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before they could be implemented. There was a clear example of this in Feng Clan. If he made it too obvious, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would sense it and even make use of it to make Feng Yuan suffer a huge loss. The opportunity soon arrived. Undeniably, the timing of the Heaven Path Dream Realm's appearance was too good. For Feng Yuan, Even though the Heaven Path Dream Realm itself could raise his Heaven Path attainment level, he was not in a hurry. As long as no one could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm effectively, he could continue to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu in secret and increase his strength, widening the gap between him and the other venerables. The longer he delayed, the stronger Fang Yuan would become. But fighting for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm was an excellent excuse. It could conceal Qi Si Ancestor's scheme. Fang Yuan thought about it many times. He had to make a difficult choice. He could not make it too obvious, everything had to be logical. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom was unfathomable. She was definitely an intelligent person. But this intelligence could sometimes be used by Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan sent Qi Si Ancestor into the Starry Sky Calculation Formation without doing anything else. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable helped Fang Yuan to complete Fang Yuan's arrangements and capture Qi Si Ancestor. During the entire process, Qi Si Ancestor was kept in the dark by Fang Yuan's main body. He did not know anything. Not just him, Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu were also the same. Just like how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court in order to obtain Lin Jianqing's Sword Path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan was even more ruthless, he even deceived himself. It was not enough to give away the Qi Si clone. To appease Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan gave her Qi Path Immortal Gu and Hu Land. So what if they were Qi Path Immortal Gu? As long as he could achieve his goal, Fang Yuan could even give her rank 9 Immortal Gu. Hu Land, what was a secluded domain of heaven and earth? Chapter 2364. With a light snort, Zhao Lianyun woke up in a pile of rubble. Qi currents were rumbling in front of her. It was a vast expanse of whiteness that seemed to cover the sky. Her ears were buzzing and she felt dizzy. What happened to me? Zhao Lianyun breathed roughly as she inspected her body. She was originally wearing a white palace dress, her skin was snow white and her teeth were white, she was pure and fresh like a lily. But now, her face was black, her white dress was torn and could barely be worn, she was like a refugee in a famine, she was in a sorry state. After inspecting herself, Zhao Lianyun found that she was mostly unharmed, but she had no strength left in her body was soft and her heart was weak. What in the world happened? How did I become like this? Primordial Origin's explosion was too sudden and intense. Zhao Lianyun was dazed from the explosion, she almost lost her memories for a moment. But soon, Zhao Lianyun felt her dizziness weakening, she recalled. It was a terrifying explosion. Her pupils shrunk, she would never forget this scene in her life. It was too terrifying. A moment ago, she and the Gu immortals around her were looking at the mountain-like Qi harvest fruit excitedly, they were looking forward to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. But at the next moment, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable exploded. Among all the Gu immortals who were looking up with anticipation, Zhao Lianyun was at the periphery of the crowd, but she was still affected by the explosion. This explosion was too intense, the whole of Celestial Court was destroyed, Zhao Lianyun could not escape. Why did it suddenly explode? As her memories became clearer, Zhao Lianyun's breathing became rough. Unbelievable, I am almost unharmed. Is it because Love Gu protected me? Wait. I need to save someone. Zhao Lianyun's heart jumped, she thought of what she had to do now. She might be protected by Love Gu, but the others did not have such a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Zhao Lianyun quickly set off, entering the vast expanse of white Qi currents to search for the Gu immortals who were in trouble. Before the explosion, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were at the periphery, looking at the Qi harvest fruit in groups of 2 or 3. The inner circle consisted of the members of the Celestial Court. Zhao Lianyun tried many investigative methods, but none of them worked. The white gas was probably the residue of the qi harvest fruit, and the aftereffects of the explosion. It was filled with qi path Dao marks. It was not strange that a mere rank 6 Gu immortal like Zhao Lianyun could not inspect it. Unless she could use Love Gu. But Love Gu was not only a rank 9 immortal Gu, it was very special. Even venerables could not refine it, even though it belonged to Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had yet to touch it. Instead, he allowed the Love Gu to live on Zhao Lianyun's body. Zhao Lianyun did not refine Love Gu, but obtained its recognition. Thus, he could not use Love Gu as he wished. Sometimes when he wanted it to attack, it would bring Zhao Lianyun away. Zhao Lianyun wanted to protect herself, but it healed her instead. And every time Love Gu showed off, it would take away something from Zhao Lianyun's body. Sometimes even their lifespans. Zhao Lianyun entered the surging white gas, using her memories to search for the location with difficulty. A moment later, she cried out in shock, finding Bu Zhenzi. When the explosion occurred, Bu Zhenzi was standing beside Zhao Lianyun, talking to her. But after the explosion, the two were sent flying. They were no longer on the spot. But Zhao Lianyun was still the first to find Bu Zhenzi. Bu Zhenzi's injuries were terrifying. Half of his body had been blown up, leaving only fragile bones that barely protected his internal organs. And only 2 of these organs were left, the rest were turned into mush. Maybe Celestial Court can revive them? This was Zhao Lianyun's only consolation. But she was not stupid. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this explosion was filled with the aura of a scheme. Central Continent had been set up. Celestial Court had suffered a calamity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had also been schemed against. Even though Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 Love Gu, her current cultivation level was merely rank 6, what could she do? She could only ask for help and shout for help. Zhao Lianyun walked slower and slower. At this moment, she realized how weak she was. Don't be dejected, fairy of the current generation, Spirit Affinity House. Celestial Court is still here, we are still here. Right at this time, a lantern lit up in the vast white qi. The lantern was not bright, but it was very stubborn. It walked out of the white qi and arrived in front of Zhao Lianyun. This was an old Gu immortal. His body was covered in blood. One of his arms was blown away, his remaining hand was holding up the candle flame. Zhao Lianyun recognized him, it was Crane Gate's Kanyang Laojun. Shirley was publicly recognized as the #1 expert among Central Continent rank 7 Gu immortals. His battle strength was even higher than Kanyang Laojuan's. But he was closer to the center of the explosion than Kanyang Laojun. After the explosion, he did not have time to activate Immortal Monkey King Wang Lei Mountain Transformation. This was a compound killer move of 2 immortal paths, it expended a lot of thoughts. Shirley did not have a Wisdom Path foundation, he needed a long time to activate this move. He had used other methods to survive the explosion, but his injuries were too severe to heal. He could only use this move to transform into an ancient desolate beast. Using the ancient desolate beast's body that far surpassed humans, as well as its self-healing ability, he resisted the heavy injuries on his body, barely holding on. After seeing Kanyang Laojun and Zhao Lianyun, Shirley blinked his golden eyes as a greeting. He did not even dare to breathe heavily now, it would be bad if his injuries acted up. Evidently, Shirley could only barely protect himself, he could not help others. Cough, cough. Kanyang Laojun coughed again, vomiting blood. After a while, he suppressed his injuries again. Zhao Lianyun and Kanyang Laojun continued their journey. Not long after, they encountered Yang Feng. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, he cultivated transformation path. He made the same choice as Shirley, he also transformed into an ancient desolate beast. However, the originally majestic giant wolf was now lying on the ground like a sick dog. However, his injuries were slightly lighter than Shirley's, and he could still speak a few words with Zhao Lianyun. It was not that he was stronger than Shirley, but the moment the explosion occurred, he subconsciously used his most familiar transformation killer move, turning into an ancient desolate beast. He cultivated transformation path. He was extremely familiar with this giant wolf transformation, it was as if it was carved into his bones. Moreover, this move was extremely fast, it could be used in an instant. The most severe injuries on my body are at my waist. If I exert any force, my waist will snap. After Yang Feng introduced his situation, he joined Zhao Lianyun and Kanyang Laojuan's group. The three continued to search and found Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend also had rank 7 cultivation level, his body was covered in lightning as he floated in the air, 3 lightning deities were supporting him and healing him. During the healing, lightning crackled and flickered, it was a huge commotion. I was very lucky. The moment before the explosion, I was observing while controlling lightning deities to move around me, I wanted to leave a good impression on Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After the explosion, only 4 lightning deities were left out of the dozen or so. In order to save his life, Vicious Lightning Fiend sacrificed another lightning deity to heal his injuries. Thus, he only had 3 left now. To him, this was an extremely disastrous loss. Lightning Deity is a killer move that Vicious Lightning Fiend created by referring to the remnant recipe of blood deity Immortal Gu. Chi tide surged, the 5 regions merged, immortal materials appeared, Vicious Lightning Fiend obtained the support of myriad dragon dock, the number of lightning deities kept increasing. The dozen or so lightning deities all had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength, thus Central Continent's Gu immortal world thought that among Central Continent's rank 7 Gu immortals, his battle strength was second only to Shirley. Zhao Lianyun recalled as he greeted Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend's temper was famous for being violent, but he was very polite to Zhao Lianyun right now. He saw that Zhao Lianyun's injuries were the lightest, he acknowledged her strength. This explosion killed most of the Central Continent Gu immortals, the ones who survived, besides having good luck, also had strong battle strength. But the awkwardness was also because of this. Gu immortals with strong battle strength usually did not specialize in healing. They were usually good at healing themselves, but they were not good at healing themselves. Thus, even though Vicious Lightning Fiend joined the group, they could not help Wu Zhenzi and Shirley who were left behind. As time passed, the vast white qi that filled the immortals' vision was no longer as dense as before. These white qi were qi path immortal materials, but the immortals did not have the mood to collect them. The blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by the Central Continent Gu immortals were absorbing a large amount of white qi. At the same time, the white qi flowed out of the celestial court that was full of holes. In short, the immortals' vision was expanding rapidly. Wait. Yang Feng, who had turned into a giant wolf and was about to stop to catch his breath after a few steps, suddenly spoke. The immortals were used to it. Along the way, Yang Feng would stop every short distance and lie on the ground to recover his strength. His waist was the most heavily injured, the wound was so large that his kidney could even be seen from the wound. White qi was constantly coming out of his kidney. Yang Feng, is your waist hurting again? Zhao Lianyun looked at him with concern. Yang Feng nodded, of course my waist hurts, but more importantly, someone is coming from behind. Yes, there are quite a few of them, there are 3 of them. Kanyang Laojuan's expression changed as he sensed something. Cough, cough. He had just said this when he started coughing again, vomiting blood. Are they our people? Vicious Lightning Fiend asked while his thoughts moved, the 3 lightning deities beside him quickly spread out and moved towards the back. Zhao Lianyun's group did not move, nervously looking at the surging white qi behind them. The three lightning deities were waiting in formation, but suddenly, one spun on the spot, one flew into the sky, and the last twisted his waist, dancing crazily as if he was electrocuted. Just this alone made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Her status was unshakable. On one hand, she tried to protect herself and the other Gu immortals, while on the other hand, she suppressed the Qi Harvest Fruit Core. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blocked most of the power of the Qi explosion, otherwise, the Celestial Court Gu immortals would have been wiped out already. And most importantly, she still had a trace of hope. Without her help, the Qi Harvest Fruit Core would have exploded, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival would have failed completely. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Blade Shaving Luck. Qin Ding Ling chased after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as she threw out a golden blade. The golden blade was initially the size of a finger, but as it flew into the air, it grew to the size of a horse carriage. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The golden blade slashed continuously reducing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored the attacks, he was focused on getting into Celestial Court. The horse carriage-sized golden blade danced above his head, but compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's pitch-black body that was like a mountain, it was simply not worth mentioning. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's vast luck was greatly reduced by golden blade shaving luck. But compared to the overall amount, it was just a drop in the ocean. Qin Ding Ling felt a sense of helplessness. This feeling was equally intense in the hearts of Che Wei, Red Heart Traveler, and Guyu Fangzheng. Even though Demon Judgment Board continued to shoot out blood pillars, it only broke a few of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. In a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul's arms recovered to normal. The gap between rank 8 and rank 9 was so huge, Qin Ding Ling and the rest could not shake Spectral Soul Demon Venerable no matter how hard they tried. After a round of slaughter, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had mostly recovered. Normally, if Qin Ding Ling and the rest challenged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they would definitely be attacked by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main target was Celestial Court. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable filled Providence, he had once devoured Black Heaven's spirit and caused the two heavens to fuse together, he became the true Lord of Spectral Heaven. Before this, he destroyed the Heavenly Chasm, Heavenly Pillars, White Heaven Grotto Heavens, like flickering light Grotto Heaven, and even destroyed the sun, to unify the two heavens. Celestial Court was a Grotto Heaven in immemorial White Heaven. In history, Celestial Court had devoured a vast number of immemorial Nine Heavens fragments, it was the greatest remnant of the original immemorial Nine Heavens. Celestial Court's existence was the greatest provocation to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the latter would not tolerate the existence of Celestial Court. Rumble, with a loud explosion, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was like a huge black mountain, he directly charged into Celestial Court through a hole that was created by the explosion. The entire Celestial Court was shaking intensely. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were left in Celestial Court looked up, seeing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's demonic body that covered the sky, they all took in deep breaths. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable flew in the sky, casting a huge shadow. Tens of thousands of arms formed a terrifying forest of arms. Some were raised high, some were lowered, some were meandering, some were straight, they had the power to hold up the sky and grab the moon, they had the ability to grab the stars and dance in the wind. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were chasing after him, they were as tiny as mosquitoes. Even a rank 8 immortal goo house like Demon Judgment Board was like a newborn mouse in front of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Roar! One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads suddenly roared. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Howl. He activated a Soul Path Killer move, creating a huge commotion. Wherever the commotion passed, it was like a tornado. The floor tiles of Celestial Court were sent flying. Zhao Lianyun and the rest felt a great calamity. Many people quickly took out their immortal goo houses. At once, immortal goo houses appeared. Star Scattering Camp, Fine Willow Camp, Wind Sweeping Building, Cloud Crossing Building, Sun and Moon Observatory, Spirit Affinity House, Myriad Dragon Dock, Heaven's Envy Manor, Ancient Soul Sect, Heavenly Lake, Illusion Garden, Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, Heavenly Lake, Crane Gate, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had their own immortal goo houses as foundation. The names of the 10 great ancient sects were basically the strongest immortal goo houses they had. Among them, Heavenly Lotus Sect was slightly special. They were created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They had a total of 5 immortal goo houses. They had the most number of immortal goo houses among Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. When the immortal goo houses were not in use, they were basically hidden in the immortal apertures of the sect's first supreme elders. Even if they were not first supreme elders, they were experts with authority. These people had basically all survived. The immortal goo houses of all sizes and shapes were like small boats. They shook intensely in the raging waves caused by the soul howl. It was not strange for them to capsize at the next moment. Some of the immortal goo houses let out goo immortal roars. These immortal goo houses had weak defenses against soul path attacks. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, several goo immortal souls exploded from the howl. They died on the spot. These Central Continent goo immortals were not in peak condition, they were all injured. Some of the more heavily injured goo immortals survived the explosion, but they could not hold on any longer. They lost their lives. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were also swaying in the air, their lives hanging by a thread. They were all heavily injured. They had risked their lives earlier to quickly destroy Fang Yuan's totem killer move and persevere until now. It was already a miracle. The immortals were in danger. Starlight burst out like a vast sea, directly suppressing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The soul howl stopped abruptly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable felt like someone was strangling him. Spectral Soul, don't be arrogant here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression as she flew towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Black smoke floated around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast soul river. There were countless vengeful souls in the soul river. They surged and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the same time, countless pitch-black arms grabbed at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Many sinister ghostly claws moved like spears, piercing the air and causing ear-piercing screeches. The attack was so strong that even gods and ghosts were shocked. The starlight that suppressed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only lasted for a few breaths of time before dispersing. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dodge. She snorted coldly as star fog rose and seeped into the black smoke. As the black smoke dissipated, the star fog also disintegrated the vast soul river. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws reached into the star fog but missed. Even when he grabbed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter shattered. She was just a star phantom. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not resigned to this. He rampaged around in the star fog. His furious roars resounded in the whole of Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling and the rest landed on the ground. They hid in their immortal goo houses and used this chance to heal their injuries. Zhao Lianyun and the other Central Continent goo immortals watched the battle with fear. The battle between two venerables was extremely dangerous. As long as there was an aftershock, the immortal goo house would collapse and all the goo immortals inside would die. Fortunately, since the start of the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been suppressing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She had been in control of the situation. This is the might of a Dao Lord. The celestial court is still here, star constellation Immortal Venerable is greatly amplified here, she can easily suppress Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable does not have consciousness, that is a crucial factor. Unless the rank 9 fire goo on him activates, he will not be able to get out of this predicament. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield as he contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, what are you hesitating for? Primordial Origins revival failed, but there is still a trace of hope. Now is the best time for us to cooperate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to destroy the Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal hesitated, let's wait and see. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, if you are still hesitating, that means you have already cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If that is the case, I will not be able to stop Primordial Origins revival. Then I will charge into Northern Plains and slaughter all of the Huangjin tribes first. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? You have longevity heaven, Star Constellation has the Celestial Court. You want to force me into a corner, how can I just wait for death? I will not let you off easily. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, showing a frenzied expression. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, forget it, I will cooperate with you, we must destroy the Qi Harvest Fruit Core. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, praising, that is a wise move. Please act quickly, I will wait for you to join the battle. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, coming from Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was calm and unhurried, he slowly rose from Central Continent to Remote Heaven. Oh no, Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are approaching our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Towers Gu Immortal transmitted this information with a trembling voice. At once, Qin Dingling, Guyue Fangzheng, Che Wei, Zhao Lianyun, and Kanyang Laojuan's expressions changed. Even though they had expected this, when it really happened, they could not help but panic and fear. Immortal Killer Move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. He placed Meng Qiuzhen in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and obtained Dream Armor Immortal Gu again, he could use this move again. At the next moment, waves of pink fog shot out of Fang Yuan's mouth and ears, they gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. Mini Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely. Ding! 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 It was like the sound of crystals colliding, it was extremely clear. Mini Dang Hun Mountain erupted with waves of pink sound waves, spreading rapidly. The star fog that trapped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to suffer the attack of the pink sound waves. However, after the star fog tremor weakened by 30%, it stabilized. It continued to roll intensely, as if it had adapted to it, it forcefully resisted the attack of the pink sound waves. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and immediately came to help. Immortal Killer Move, Soft Gold Collision Pillar. Golden light flowed and turned into dozens of collision pillars that crashed into the star fog. Soft Gold Collision Pillar erupted with an intense collision force, causing the star fog's luck to shake intensely. Everything in the world had luck, even a blade of grass or a rock had it. This was the profundity of heaven and earth luck. When the star fog's luck was attacked, it would affect the star fog itself, creating a penetrative attack that would disrupt the operation of the star fog. Giant Sun Immortal had once used this move to attack Fang Yuan. Back then, he had not created it completely, it caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan. Now that he used it, it was clearly a success. However, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, even though the star fog shook intensely, it still managed to endure the continuous collisions. This made Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's hearts sink. If it were anywhere else, these two moves would have succeeded already. But in Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was strengthened by a vast number of Wisdom Path Dao marks. Her strength rose to a terrifying level. Star Fog was not her most powerful killer move, but with this move, she was able to resist Fong Yuan's compound killer move, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's new method. With me here, Celestial Court is invincible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said plainly, her tone was filled with confidence and determination. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suppressed Giant Sun and Fong Yuan, two demon venerables, alone. That's right, all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in Celestial Court have been refined by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No matter how pathetic my Celestial Court is, it is not a place that demonic path people can touch easily. After Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable passed away, she left behind 3 strategies to help Celestial Court resist the attacks of 3 demon venerables. Now that she has revived and is personally holding the fort, she will definitely be able to defend Celestial Court. The 3 demon venerables will not succeed easily.